Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. You missed me last week because I had a really bad pinched nerve in my back and I could not sit here and do my normal stream during that time. So I appreciate you just like letting me take that week off to heal and recover. I'm very happy to say I'm considerably better than I was. So just happy to be able to sit here and hang out with you all for a while. If you're new here, I'm Alex, and this is my channel, Frank Fiction. I do reading and productivity sprints most every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you're watching live, welcome. And if you're watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. And I have something very special, someone very special to surprise you with. Kat is here today. Hi, Kat. It was Kat messaged me earlier and I missed her text message for like 2 whole hours. And she was like, "Hey, do you want company tonight?" So it was only like 45 minutes ago that we were like, "Yeah, let's do this." So Kat's going to be hanging out with us on our sprints. And this is going to be really fun too, Kat, because I think we might both be reading the same book for one, or maybe tonight we'll be reading the same book. For Thanksgiving, this is like the pre-Thanksgiving kind of bash. So here in the US, our
that's
Thanksgiving
true.
is coming Thursday. So for those of you outside of the US, I know Canada, they have their Thanksgiving like way before we have
Oh
ours.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Other people won't be celebrating at the same time, but I'm excited for Thanksgiving. I have next week off work.
So
So
does my husband. Barry will
oh,
be
good for
home with me
you.
all next week.
That's
Yes.
awesome. What are you going to be doing?
He's actually got all kinds of little home out, all around the house kind of projects to do.
Mhm.
So I don't know how much we're gonna be spending time together, like
Sure.
probably more so like in the evenings. And I know he wants me to help him with he gets scrap metal.
Scrap
And
metal?
he wants scrap metal and he likes to
Okay.
go turn it in and get some money for it.
Oh.
So one of the pieces happens to be the metal, I think it's a harp in the piano. My mom had an old piano.
Oh,
And
yeah.
so my dad took the harp out, and that's one of the things that he's going to bring over there because that it couldn't be repaired. The piano was just could never be repaired. So anyway, I know that's one thing that he has that he's bringing there, but I don't know if he'll expect me to help him with the scrap yard or not. Scrap stuff.
How romantic.
My husband is like Sanford on Sanford and Son.
I hope that he's very careful with that because you know sheet metal and scrap metal and stuff is so sharp, and it's taking me back to that book Educated with the dad that did all that
Oh,
stuff.
no.
They got injured all the time. It's like, oh gosh.
Well, I think he's doing it because, fingers crossed, y'all. We have somebody interested in my mother-in-law's house.
Oh,
And so that means once the house sells, he and his brother will, get the proceeds from the house. They are the heirs.
mhm.
And he is planning on building a big, like, garage, like not a, like a big, it's not a shed. I guess it is a garage, but it's
Okay.
going to be his workshop. It's going to be where he does his woodworking. And then he's building a little apartment because he and my dad, I think, are in cahoots, the little apartments where my dad might stay or something like that. I don't know. I don't know all the details. I just know they've been like whispering to one another about this kind of stuff. And so I think he is like gangbusters to get all this stuff out so that if everything goes through that he could start building this
Man
thing.
cave.
His
Yeah.
man cave. Yeah, yeah. So we shall see. We shall see. So fingers crossed because I think they were having the home inspection today. The buyer wanted a home inspection.
Those
So
are intense.
I
I
think it wasn't the buyer that wanted the home inspection. I take that back. It was the people that are loaning the buyer the money because he's not putting anything
oh.
down. That's what Barry explained to me. So I think they required a home inspection.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That makes sense because they're the investors. They're the ones that have the
I
fun.
guess. I'm like
Okay.
just I don't like having to deal with stuff like selling houses and cars and
No, I've never had to sell a home. I know how much work it
Me
was when I
either.
bought my home, and so I realized when I bought my house that, like, if you have to sell one and buy one at the same time, that's even more stressful, so if I ever have to do that, I don't look forward to it at all. That's
No.
why I don't plan on moving. When I bought my house, I was like, "I just wanna be here for, like, 10 years if I can, unless some, job opportunity were to come up," but I hate moving. I did it every single year for, like, 5 or 6 years. I was just over it by
Oh
then.
gosh. Yeah,
Yeah.
and also too, did you stay in the dorm when you went to school?
Yeah, so I had a different dorm every year, and then I
Right.
had an apartment my senior year, so that's 4 moves because I would always go back home, when the school year was over so I could work my summer job and I would stay with my mom. And then I had an apartment I moved to when I got out of college, and then the following year I moved to a different apartment, and then the year after that, or 2 years after that, excuse me, I bought my house. So I only had the longest time I stayed at any place for all that time was 2 years. So this is my longest stint as being in
Woo,
my house because
woo,
December,
woo.
marks my, 4 years of being here, so
I don't think I want to ever move either. I mean, we've been here for 27 years, so it's a long time.
that's awesome. There's a lot of memories there too. That would be hard to move from a place you've been at for 27 years.
Mhm.
Yeah, and also hello to everybody. Rob is
Hello.
here. Grab a drink, grab a snack. I didn't do my grab a drink, grab a snack this time because we have Kat, but Heidi's here. Hi, Heidi. Heidi says, "I'm guessing Popeyes." I had McAllister's. Kat, what did you have for dinner?
I haven't eaten any dinner. I had a late
Oh,
lunch. I had a
okay.
It's PF Chang's frozen Dan Dan noodles.
Is that
That's what I
good?
had for my late lunch. It was kind of close to 2 o'clock. I like it.
Okay.
I like it. I mean,
I also had a late lunch, but the thing I know about me when I have a late lunch is I tend to then not eat dinner. I might have a snack later though.
mhm,
Might see me eat a
mhm.
snack. Rob says, I'm currently reading Coffin Moon by Keith Rawson. Didn't read the inside flap of the desk cover because there's a huge spoiler that ruins the first 60 pages. Don't ask me how I know. I don't get why they do that in book publishing, that they'll just like sometimes give you the whole story. Like sometimes the dust jacket gives you like no information and the story is very different than what you read. And then other times they're like, let me tell you the whole damn plot. I don't know. You can never tell, not until you read it. And Heidi says, I'm almost done with The Claw of the Conciliator, book 2 of the Book of the Sun. Again, the ending is not so great when it comes to women, but ignoring it. And Heidi says, yeah, for Alex feeling okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. And Rob's happy to see Kat. Heidi says, yeah, Kat and Alex, a great duo. Thank you. I think so too. Jamie's here. Hi, Jamie. Jamie says, hey, Alex and Kat, and hello to you. Looks like everybody's names look different. Did I miss something since my last sprint? Have you noticed that people have like numbers and stuff behind their names where those weren't there before? And
Mm.
then Rob says, Kat joins, I'll allow it. Oh, thanks for that. Thank you so much. Chris is still the same. Chris says, hello, Alex. Hope you're feeling better. And hello to Kat. Oh, thank you. I am.
I don't know if Jamie added that to her numbers.
I don't remember Heidi's having numbers either, or Anne's. Anne's coming up here in just a second. Heidi says, the sprints are always more enjoyable when Rob is here. Isn't that sweet, Rob? Did you hear that you have
Oh
a
no,
fan?
listen to that.
And Anne says hello to both of you and hi, Anne. Jamie says, I finished King Sorrow last night, so I think I'll be reading Bury Our Bones in the Midnight Soil. Okay, I have heard of that one. It was one of those books I think that got a really pretty release book. He says, wow, Jamie, was it good? As good as everyone says. Have you heard about that book, Kat? Bury Our
No.
Bones in the
Oh,
Midnight
King
Soil?
Sorrow. Yes, King Sorrow. That's a Joe
Well,
Hill book.
the bury my bones and or
Oh, no,
bury our
no, I
bones in the
haven't heard
midnight
that.
soil. I think that was a V.E. Schwab
No, I
book.
did not.
Okay. If I'm wrong, let me know, Jamie. I think it was V.E. Schwab.
I have a V. Schwab book. I think I have a couple of her books. Is that I think I have some, they're like City of Bones or City of something. I don't know, it's like a trilogy I have. And I think I have a
Oh,
fantasy
yeah.
one I got for YA, and I can't remember what it is off the top of my head.
Mhm.
I was terrible. I bought tons of Owl Crate books. Like I got that subscription. I
Mhm.
have not read any of them, but they're
That's how
pretty.
Yeah, that's how I was starting to feel about the book of the month books. Like I did read some of them, but I got too many of them and I haven't ordered a book of the month book in like a long time. Like I don't get them anymore because I just have too many.
I ended up
Um,
picking up 2 Book of the Month Club books, hardcovers at the Friends of the Library sale today.
oh, nice.
I
Good for
know.
you. They were
I
probably
know.
cheap too. Probably dirt
And
cheap.
they're, well, $2.
Yeah,
Well, I
that's
didn't even
nice.
pay for them this time because I
Oh,
worked. And
oh.
Darby, who's another volunteer there, she's like, I'm not taking money for that. Because the way it works is if you volunteer, for every hour you volunteer, you get a book.
Mm.
So you get paid in books. Instead of I work
Wow.
for food, I'll work for books. But anyway,
Honestly,
like
that's a good deal.
it is, but that I don't always take books when I do. It if I happen to see something, or
Mhm.
like I've gotten a couple of books for Kelsey. I found some like horror books that she likes to collect or whatever. And but today I fully expected to pay for my books and just was gonna put the 2 paperbacks in my, because they're like 50 cents each. It was like I was just to get my paperbacks for free or whatever. And Darby's like, I am not accepting your money. It's like,
Aw.
okay, thank you.
That's so sweet. Well, good for you for your find because those are worth like $16 a pop. So very
Yeah, so
nice.
I was excited and they're in good condition.
And Rob says, King Sorrow, hate read that after page 597. And Zach's here. Hi, Zach. And Zach says, hi, I'm reading the book of the Unnamed Midwife by Meg Ellison. Angela's here. Hi, Angela. And Angela says, wait, what's happening? Why are you both of you together?
It is not a book club
It is not
meeting.
a book club meeting. No, it was a spontaneous decision. Kat asked if I wanted company tonight, and I was like, sure. Actually, I think, Kat, that this is my first time ever on my sprints I've had a guest because I've been a guest on yours a couple
Uh-huh.
times. But yeah, so congratulations on being my first guest on my regular
Woohoo!
sprints.
I
So
feel so privileged
you are,
and
ma'am. You're the
honored.
only one. And Zach says, it's fine. I've helped with at least 100,000 pounds of scrap metal. Oh my gosh. Well, you still should be careful, even if you've done a lot of
Yes.
it. It only takes one
Mhm.
instance. Jamie says, I really enjoyed it. It was a little less happy with the end than I was hoping for, but it was still propulsive enough that I had to read the last 160 pages yesterday.
Well, you know what Rob's saying that thing about on page 597, Jamie made a comment in Wednesday sprints that she was upset about, and I'm like, okay, Jamie, because I'm going to be reading this book, and I'm like, is it bad because something like Joe Hill did wrong? Was it
Okay.
something bad because someone dies? Was it bad what? And I said, or can you not say because it's going to spoil it? And she goes, I'm
Uh-huh.
not going to spoil it.
Okay.
So I'm just like,
I have to look up this book now. So is it a standalone Joe Hill?
yes. Have you read
Okay.
any Joe Hill?
Not yet. I
Oh,
plan to, but not yet. Yeah,
Alex.
I know.
Oh, golly. Alex.
I will at some point. I
I
feel
have
like I've
read
still
the
had
only
so much
thing I
King
haven't
to go
read,
through.
the only thing I haven't read by him is The Fireman, King Sorrow, which are both
Mhm.
novels, and I haven't read Lock and Key,
Oh,
which is
yeah,
his
Lock and
graphic
Key's like
novels or whatever. And then
yeah.
he did do a graphic no like a comic book with his dad, and I have it, but I haven't read that one either. It's some kind of like road rage kind of book or something.
Oh,
But
okay.
I picked it up, when our comic book store was open or whatever, and I'm like, I'll get around to reading this at some point.
It has a cool cover. I like the cover a lot.
Yes,
That's
yes. Like
pretty
I'm excited
cool.
about it because he hasn't written a standalone novel in quite a while. I think The Fireman was his last novel that he wrote.
Oh, oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. So this is like huge.
Well, good. I'm glad, Jamie, that you enjoyed it. Kat, I hope you do as well.
Hey,
Magnolia, hi.
Lola.
She says, hello, everybody. Hello, Alex, and hello, Kat. Jamie says, I can understand that, Rob.
Mm,
And Rob says, Girl in the Rubble had my eyes rolling, whatever that means.
no, no.
And Zach says, Hey, I had a PF Chang's Dan Dan Noodle 2 or 3 days ago.
It is good. Sometimes it's spicier than others. Today was kind of spicy. I'm like, what did they put, like extra helping of green peppers or something in it?
I recently tried their it was like a beef and broccoli one. I really didn't enjoy that, but
Oh,
maybe like their General So's or maybe the Dan Dan noodles or something I would like, because not I'm hit or miss on frozen food. Most
yeah,
of
I am
this,
too.
because I like to make things fresh, but if I find a good thing, I enjoy eating it.
I
So,
will tell you that my husband found a gluten-free pot pie, like a chicken pot pie.
mhm.
And you know how the crust, of course, has gluten in it. Well, it was not bad. I'm like, I'm gonna have to get
Oh.
some more of these. It was not bad. I don't like peas. They did have some peas in it, of course, peas and carrots, but it wasn't like they had a ton of peas. I think maybe five. But anyway, the crust at the top was better than I anticipated. And that's the thing. I love the Dan Dan noodles, but I really shouldn't eat them because of the gluten with the
Sure.
noodles. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I don't enjoy them as much as I would love to enjoy them. But
Now
anyway,
you just have a like an intolerance, but you don't have celiacs.
oh, no, 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 no. I did that detox, that
Yeah.
scan, you know,
Yeah.
where I scan for what triggers me, and gluten is one. And I just had a rescan about a month ago, and the dairy has all shifted, which means I'm not consuming dairy. It's not affecting me, but the gluten was still in there. And I have to say, it's very hard to eat gluten free
Yes.
because, like, you eat a hamburger. I don't know about you, but I like a bun.
Yep.
So it's going to have to be, just a hamburger, I guess a steak. You might as well say it's
They
hamburger
have
steak.
gluten-free buns, but
Yeah,
if
but
you
they're
hate them.
disgusting.
Yeah, okay, I was gonna say if you hate them, then
Okay,
that's a
yes,
different story.
because the lady that I went and did all the scan with, she recommended one, and my family is all on board to try anything because
Mhm.
we're trying to be healthy, right? I mean, that bun, I don't even know why it was sort of like it was falling apart for one thing, and
Oh,
it just
no.
did not taste good at all, even with toast in it. It was just, I'm like,
Oh.
so finally I just threw the bun away and just ate the patty. And then I asked my son, what did you think about that bun? He's like, it was disgusting. And then I asked Barry, and he's like, I'm not getting that bun again.
You poor thing. Yeah, there was one time I ordered from they were only a gluten-free bakery because
Ooh,
I try to be as inclusive to our employees who are gluten-free as possible, and not every restaurant. It's like if you order Italian, like if they're unless they eat salad, like what the heck are you going to get from an Italian
right.
restaurant that's gluten-free, right? But we were having this event and I knew that I was going to get cupcakes. And so I went to like the regular grocery store and I got cupcakes from there. But then I went to this bakery and I paid as much for like a dozen of those cupcakes as I did for multiple dozen of the regular, and they tasted like ass. I felt so unbearably bad because I tried one. I wanted to make sure, and they were
Oh,
so awful. And I was like, you poor people. Like I even hyped up the fact I was going to a gluten-free bakery and they were terrible.
I
So,
know. It's
yeah.
just like, I think the only way you can get away with eating gluten free is if you had never eaten a real bun with gluten or a cupcake with gluten or whatever, anything that's wheat flour related or whatever. You would
Mhm.
have had to start as an infant
And
eating
yeah,
gluten
never
free.
taste anything good. Like
Right, because then you
never
would
taste
never have
anything
anything to
normal.
compare it to, or
Yeah.
she might accidentally be given something that's not gluten free, and then you might be very mad when you find out you've been eating a
Well, you
cupcake
probably
that
get
tastes like
sick.
ass.
Yeah. It's so gross. I It was so terrible. And oh yeah, Zach said YouTube has been doing a thing where they put the handles on chat instead of the channel name. So I'm not
That's
crazy.
so
I don't know
okay.
why they get to decide to do that sometimes, but Chris says YouTube changed some people's names. It's been extremely confusing, who especially for those who have not changed their handles in years. Yeah, because I was gonna say yours,
Hmm.
Chris, is exactly the same. Jamie's is long. That's how I knew hers was different. I was like, it always just shows Jamie And I think maybe the
Well,
arbitrary
that's what I'm
deadline, but not
saying.
the
Like,
number.
yeah, the number, like, I don't remember that being like
No.
that.
I don't know why it looks like that. It does on some sprints and not others. Okay. And says, yes, it was Schwab. OVE Schwab. Yes. Okay, good. And Magnolia says, hope my name is still the same. Yes, it is.
Yes,
It's
yours
definitely the same.
is.
Jamie says, yes, VE Schwab. Because I was seeing like a bunch of ads for that. And I held off on buying it because I already have other VE Schwab books that I need to read. And Chris says, I have so many unopened Blue Book of the Month boxes, have no idea what books I have. I had to cancel book subscription boxes because I was just not reading the books. Yeah, that's the thing, is it's so easy to get them because they're part of a subscription.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're not in the mood or you don't have the time or whatever, they just pile up. And I just felt too bad about
And
that.
I don't know what it is with, I mean, like sometimes I just buy when they have certain kind of sales and their books are beautiful. And then I did join their subscription box for the horror box that's quarterly. But what I need to do is either pause the YA one or just like pause it or cancel it, because I
Sure.
know I can always go back and redo
Yeah.
it. Because every month I have to go in there and skip it, which they are better than they were when I first joined. I think they only allowed you to skip once or twice within like a cycle or something like that. Now they allow you to skip every month if you want to. But
Yeah.
I do order books from them if they have like pretty books that I would know I'm going to read. Like, for example, T. Kingfisher, they did something with her where her 3 books in the Sworn Soldier series, they're doing that. And even
Okay.
though I have What Moves the Dead, I
Mm-hmm.
was like, these are pretty, and I need the other two. So that was my rationalization. But I
And
kind
you,
of like the covers of the ones that are just published for for the
mm-hmm.
stores too. They're very pretty as well.
That's why some people end up collecting multiple editions, where
Hmm.
because they just like the different variants and stuff. So maybe you'll end up having both, which is totally
Maybe.
fine. It's your money. You can do whatever you want
That's
with it.
right. That's right.
And Rob says name change YouTube had. Oh yeah, I remember when you had like those other names in there too. Because the Tetsujin 28 was originally how I knew you, Rob, and then later it was changed to Robert, and then yeah, Rob loves books, so it's just strange. Heidi says, when I worked at Record World in high school, I got an LP with every paycheck, and the big album that year was the Beastie Boys License to Ill. That's
Oh,
awesome.
that is awesome. I love the Beastie Boys.
That's
They're
so
so
cool. What
good.
a great concept, too. And Angela says, I was thinking it was the book club meeting. I was wondering why I didn't get my notification. No, we are
Oh,
having the book club next month, which will be
yes.
before Christmas. And that, of
Yes, the
course, is
18th.
for, yes, a man called Uva. So,
She read it already.
oh, yeah. Yeah.
Angela
So
read it already.
that makes sense why she was like, wait, why didn't it? Yeah. Yeah. No, you'll be good. You still got almost a month. And Rob says, Alex, I went to King Sorrow on Goodreads. Oh, went into King Sorrow
Oh,
on Goodreads. Oh, in terms of like you wrote about it in your review. Okay, good to know. 'Cause some of I've only think I've seen maybe 2 reviews of Rob's that he's like pointed me to, but they were really funny. And Heidi says, "But Kat, what Stephen King do you still need to read?"
I have never made my list, Heidi.
I only have a list of the King novels I have finished because there's so many more that I haven't read than I have read, but I
Yeah,
have to keep track of how many I've read.
novel wise, I'm doing pretty good with him. I mean, I don't have as many. I mean, we're doing Dark Tower together, so
Yes.
that will get that series done. Most of what I need to read by Stephen King is his collections, whether it's his novellas or short stories. I mean, I do have to do Tommy Knockers,
Oh yeah.
but
Mhm.
yeah,
I've
I
heard
never
mixed
did make
reviews
my
on that
list.
one.
I never
Or
made
what?
my list. I have to do that. Let me go see what Bailey's probably torturing Luna in there.
You're good. I'll keep going through comments. And Jamie says, I think I read it's his first novel in 9 years. Oh, that's awesome for the Joe Hill book. Angela says, I read a short story by Joe Hill called Usher. It was really good. Is that based off of the fall of the House of Usher, or was it something totally different? And Anne says, Kat, I feel the same way about carrots. And Magnolia says, I'm going to read Pichabel, which is a Dutch children's book about a mischievous boy. Awesome. I hope that's fun. Jamie says, Kat, you can try a lettuce wrap instead of a bun. Oh, yeah. So, Kat, they're giving you. So, Anne says, Kat, I feel the same way about carrots. And Jamie says, Kat, you can try a lettuce wrap instead of a bun.
Yeah, I've done that, but I'm like,
it's not as filling.
It's,
you know, like there's the bread is very filling. You know, it makes you feel like you've eaten.
And it's also the putting the mayo and having your ketchup and all that. Like, I just can't imagine that in a lettuce leaf.
I mean, have you done like turkey lettuce wraps before, like the Asian style with like a glaze? Because they are really good. So if you could like do that with a burger, maybe
I would rather just like eat the burger.
Yeah, that's fair. That's how my memo.
Because even when I order a hamburger, I don't even order it with lettuce on it. So.
Oh, well then, yeah, then you probably don't want that to be your bread. That is very fair.
But I appreciate it, Jamie.
Zach says, I'm having leftovers of the beef and mushroom pie I made last night that I posted the recipe on Discord. Yes, that sounds really
sure did.
Good.
He did put one in the Discord.
Oh.
Tastes like peach.
Ass. Yeah. Oh. Ass. Oh, hi, Alicia. Good to see you. Alicia says, hello, Alex and Kat. Happy Friday. Just joining, getting ready to order dinner and reading. Awesome. Are you having pizza? I know usually Friday is pizza day for Alicia. Heidi says, Alex, didn't you read a book 2 of a Schwab book and did not realize that was book 1? No, I read the 4th book in a series and didn't realize that wasn't the first book. And I didn't read the whole thing. I read the first like 100 pages. And I just had this weird feeling that I was missing something because I just did not understand. Like there were things that were being talked about, like I should already know what's going on. And I was like, that's weird if this is a first novel. And it was the first book in the second series. So there was the trilogy, and then they made a second trilogy that's the sequel trilogy. But of course, the numbers started over again. So it went 1, 2, 3, even though it was technically the 4th book. I will rant about that all day long, how publishers do that. I hate it. And it's really, honestly, it is only a fantasy issue. I don't know any other genre that does that. It's only fantasy authors.
That is so crazy.
So, because that's the second time that's happened to me, and it was a different author it happened to the first time, and it made me so mad. So, yeah.
Somehow they should have put something on the book that clearly stated, like, what it belonged to, like a group. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're going to have, like, a trilogy branch off from another trilogy, then it needs to be like
the sequel trilogy to
yes, or second trilogy in the blah blah universe.
Completely agree, because what a lot of them will do is they'll say like, I'm gonna make up a name. So let's say there's a we'll just say the Tower. Okay, let's say there's a Tower series. What a lot of fantasy authors will do if they've made like multiple series, but it's taking place in the same realm, is it'll say like a Tower book. But it doesn't tell you which one it is. It just says, oh, it's a book that is a part of this thing. And it might have a number on it, but the number's misleading. So it just drives me.
So it could say a Tower book, and it could be number 3, but it could be of a different trilogy.
Right.
So it needs to say.
It's all in the same world.
Right.
Yes.
I get it. I see. Yeah.
And Chris says, as a vegetarian, almost vegan, I find the big problem is cheese. So hard to find good tasting vegan cheese that doesn't taste like chemicals or sawdust. I've heard that.
Yeah, I'd rather eat no cheese or real cheese before I eat vegan cheese. Supposedly there's a rebel cheese or something out there, but I don't know. Unless I can see it physically in the store to try it, I'm not ordering something. And it'd be disgusting. It might taste like ass.
Well, especially if it's expensive, which substitute products always are more expensive. So it's like, why would I go out of my way. Like I was actually talking to a friend of mine about kimchi because I've yet to find a kimchi that I like, but I'm like, I feel like there's one out there I probably would enjoy, but I don't want to go out and just buy big old jars and discover I don't like it and then waste the rest of it. And that's how I feel
Hmm.
about a lot of food. Is like I would be happy to try things, but I don't want to waste the amount that it would take for me to buy that and potentially hate it. So then I
Exactly.
end up sticking to the things that I already know I like until somebody else buys it and they're like, "Hey, you wanna try this thing?" It's like, "Yeah, sure." I
That's
didn't
what I like about Costco. When you go to
mm,
Costco,
the
they have all
samples?
those little samples.
Yeah, I do like the samples at Costco. Jamie says, "I'm holding strong at $4 spent buying books this year." You go, girl. That is amazing.
That is amazing.
Good on you. And Magnolia says, "I also already read A Man Called Ufa." Awesome. And Angela says, "No, it was totally different." And Magnolia says, "Great job. You said the name right." Yeah, I did my homework. Kat heard me. Because I told her I was like, "I'm pretty sure I've heard people say it's Uva." And then we're on a call together and I'm like literally playing the video so that she can hear it too and other people are mispronouncing it before I finally get to the right one and I was like, "Okay, yes, it is Uva." And Rob says, "I just picked up A Man Called Uva from an internet friend, so I guess that's what I'll be reading soon." Well, good.
Yay.
That's awesome. Hope you come to the book club. Alicia says, "LOL, yes, we're having pizza. How did I know?" And Magnolia says, "Hey, Heidi." And Jamie says, "Agreed on the cheese." And Magnolia says, "But you should definitely read them all." And Nicole, hi Nicole, haven't seen you in a while, haven't talked to
I
you in a while. It's nice to see
know.
you. And she says, "Hi Alex, hi Kat. It's been way too long. Hope you've been doing well and that you're gearing up for Thanksgiving, especially with your new locale. Isn't this your first Thanksgiving in your new house too? So I don't know if you're doing anything special because it's
That's
your new place."
awesome.
And Angela says, "I look books up on Goodreads when they have the book number if it's a series." That's a
Mm.
really good way to do it. I get tricked because I'll be making a decision like while I'm at like the last one, I was at the library and the library had the numbers on the spines. So you would think because it's numbered that it would be right. But it wasn't because again the number 1 was it was the number 1 in the second trilogy. So I guess I'm going to have to start looking at Goodreads in case maybe they have a better numbering system, but I don't know. I guess I am just so trusting that other people have things marked correctly. How dare I? How dare I not triple check? Rob says, "Alex, reading book 2 first. I did this with A Desolation Called Peace." Oh no, me. Should I have known about these detailed events? Yeah, that's terrible, Rob, because I loved those books. A Memory Called Empire and A Desolation Called Peace were amazing. Desolation Called Peace was a 5-star for me, but if you didn't know what was going on in A Memory Called Empire, I don't think I would have liked A Desolation Called Peace nearly as much. So that sucks. Jamie says, "Oh, Cat, your face."
Oh, why about the lettuce?
Yeah, I think so. And Magnolia says, "Haha, I meant the name of the book I read." Oh, good. Okay, good. I about the one about the little boy, I think. So I'm glad I didn't mess that one up. Zach says, "I don't really want to know, but I spent at least 700 on books this year." Yeah, but you also read hundreds of books, Zach. So that's I would say you probably get a pass. Jamie says, "Hey, Nicole." And everybody's saying, "Hey to Nicole." And Nicole says, "Second turkey day here. Thank you." Man, time flies so quick, Nicole. It feels like that was this year. So I apologize. I can't. I don't know if you have that problem, Kat, but
Uh,
I have a trouble anymore. It's like something that happened a year ago feels like yesterday.
yes. In fact, trying to think like with the last time I've seen someone, like when we went, my dad and I went, I'm thinking, gosh, it just seems like it was a couple of years ago. And it was like 4 years ago. I'm just like,
Mhm.
that is crazy because I don't know. And then also too, thinking about the last time you do something, if I don't have my calendar to refer back to,
Yep. Yeah, I struggle with that really bad. Nicole said, miss many Fridays because hubby decided it was a great evening to do things. Well, Friday is a great evening to do things. When I was laid up with my really bad back pain last week, Keaton and I rented a movie that we had been wanting to watch so I could just sit down and just kind of like recline a little bit. And we ended up having a nice time. And it was a Joe Dante movie called Matinee. I don't know if you've ever seen that, Kat, but we had a lot of fun watching it. It was really
I've
good.
never heard of that.
It has a lot of practical effects. And oh God, I'm so terrible with names, but you know the husband from Roseanne, Dan. Okay,
Oh,
so
John
he's
Goodman.
John Goodman. He is one of the main characters in that, and he has a great role. He's very funny.
Oh, awesome.
And it's about him as a horror movie director. And he goes to this small town where basically it's taking place in the 1960s when everybody's worried about the bombs going off and that the world's going to end. And so there's this through line in the movie of everybody's terrified that they're just going to be wiped off of the face of the earth. And so he comes into this town and he's like, what would be great is to show this horror movie because it gives people something else to focus on than like the real fear that's happening outside. And the way that he does it is like so crazy because he actually completely redoes this movie theater. He puts like buzzers underneath the seats and he does like all this crazy lighting and this rumble rama and everything. And there's just a lot of mayhem that happens over the course of the film. And Keaton and I loved it so much that we plan on buying it.
Oh, that's awesome.
And it was from I think it might have been from the 90s or early 2000s.
Really? So it's called Matinee?
Matinee. Yeah. Highly recommend. It was really fun. Most of it takes place from the perspective of the kids. So there's like young kids, but we thought it was funny. Magnolia says, well, welcome back. And Jamie says, no about the $4 on books. LOL.
Oh, my face.
Oh yeah,
you're about the $4. Oh
yeah,
gosh.
that's really awesome.
I wish. I'm going to try. This year is my benchmark of what I spent because I kept track this year.
Yep.
And
how much have you spent so far, Kat? Or do you want to wait to say it in your wrap up?
Well, I mean, I have to add stuff to my last count, but it's getting close to $1,000.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it is. I mean, and the crazy thing is that doesn't include books that I spent on other people or on all the books that I got from the library.
Yeah. Okay. Have you been tracking how many you got from the library?
I didn't start in time. So next year I'm gonna do both of them. Yeah, it's somewhere. I think I want to say my last total was like $800 and something. But I have to add to it. Yeah, I'm trying to see where my numbers. I have to add to whatever my total is.
I'm about to make some coffee.
Yeah, because my total for a halfway point, my total for as of June 24th was $587.60.
Okay.
So I need to, and I wrote down all my little totals, but I have to actually total it up because my accountant wants it too. So.
Oh yeah, because it's a tax write-off for a business expense, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, yeah, I didn't even think about that for your channel. It's technically a business expense. So
it is. And believe it or not, you can count things like when I got my new laptop, even though I didn't get it in this calendar year, I can still count that.
Oh,
there are other things you can count, like your Wi-Fi, part of your Wi-Fi, anything you do that runs your channel, you can deduct that kind of stuff. So anyway, I don't know if I need the actual receipts of everything, which I guess I could print a receipt off of Amazon. My other receipts, like if I've gotten it from another store or whatever, I have my receipts for that. But Amazon, it doesn't come with a receipt. At least mine don't.
Well, I think you can go in to the order maybe and print one.
And print it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so too. But I'm trying very hard not to. I did, and another thing I've been doing is either I'm using cashback to help, like cashback points, and then also I'm through my Fetch points, I've gotten two $50 gift cards for Amazon through my Fetch points just from scanning my receipts. And I
Mhm.
use that for my books. So like it's not coming out of my pocket, kind of thing.
Good for you.
I know. So I'm trying.
That's really
And
cool.
I don't know. We'll
I love
see.
that cat. I never knew that or thought about that for your channel, but I think that's really awesome. Good job tracking stuff. And also Nicole says, "Oh, thanks, guys." And it has been fast. Yeah, no doubt. Rob says, "I'm not saying how much I spent on books this year, by the way. You don't have to. That's all right, Rob." And Jamie says, "That's a good one, Alex." Oh no, we lost Kat. Hopefully she'll come back in. Oh, there you
Oh,
are.
I was
Hello.
pressing something up here. Never mind.
And hi, Teresa. Teresa says, "Hello, Kat and Alex and all the friends. I'm trying to finish up several things. Well, we will have some time tonight." Anne says, "I'm not figuring out how much or how many books I bought. My therapist was near Barnes and Noble, so I was in trouble." That's so funny. Little retail therapy as well. Jamie says, "I think early 90s." Yes. Yeah. Talking about Matinee, that was a good movie. Yes. And Angela says, "Kat, are you going to include your book balls?"
No.
No, that would be separate. That's a toy. It's a
Yeah, that really is. That's like a novelty item. But I will say, even with my book balls, I would try different things. Like I've gotten some of them on sale.
hmm.
I wait for Target to have like different things where it's so much money off if you buy a toy or whatever. And in fact, I bought one recently because they had them on sale at the store. They have the series 2. They got the ones with the 50 plus in it, and it was 25% off in addition to them putting it on sale. So I was like, okay, well, I'll get one. But yeah, I think I'm just done. Alicia and I are gonna swap out some that we each have,
That are
and then I'm gonna call it
duplicates.
a day on some of
Yeah.
them because I mean, what made me mad, this made me mad. They did series 2, and it started off where you got your little accordion tracker or whatever, and it was like 40 plus.
Okay.
Then I happened to get one. I didn't realize that started carrying extra books in it, and it was turned into 50 plus, but it was still series 2. So I didn't realize it until I happened to get a Hardy Boys. And when I went to go put it in my extras container that I have, I noticed it had a different title. And I said, well, this is weird. So I went back because I throw the little extra trackers away because I don't need them. I only need one.
Yeah.
And they added like 7 new titles or 8 titles. And I'm like, that is kind of rude.
They're hoping for that money grab. They're hoping
I'm
people are
just
gonna go
like,
out and
that is
try to
so
get those extra ones.
rude.
It is rude. They honestly, for those little mini brands things, they had really good marketing for those because my young cousin, I think it was 2 years ago, was obsessed with those, like just absolutely obsessed with them. And that was like the kids, new toy. That was the new collectible. And they really branched out. So, I mean, I know they're super popular and that's how they keep people buying stuff is to be like, oops, we added more. It's like,
I
thanks.
know, but I'm like, if you're going to do that, you should have called it Series 3.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So, oh, and I know they did something weird too, is Series 1, which I was late to the game for that. Alicia has a book that they stopped carrying in season 1. So, like, if you didn't get that, like in the beginning of season 1,
Oh, so it's like a limited printing.
yes,
Mm.
yes. So I owe her some white bookshelves, and because I got a million of those.
Aw. You'll have to show me your whole collection
Yeah, they're
sometime.
cute. They're
I'm
cute.
interested. Jamie says, I think Barker has some strong opinions. Yeah, sorry about that. I actually had to put myself on mute to call to Keaton to be like, can you get him? Because he was like spazzing out. I needed to close my window because I think he might have seen somebody walking their dog or something outside. And Magnolia says, I have also found some good books out of the little free
Mhm.
libraries. Yeah, like on very rare occasion, I had found a good book out of those. So
Mhm.
I like it when people actually put some nicer things in there and that you can tell they're not just trying to offload their junk that are like beat up
Right.
old, and not to say that books like every book deserves love and every book has a reader. So I'm not saying that those books don't deserve to be there. I'm just saying that like the ones I was going to, it was the same type of book and they were always in very bad condition. Like you could
Mm.
tell it was like somebody couldn't sell it or they couldn't donate it. So they're like, I'm just going to put it in this thing. And it's like, don't dispose of things that you think of are trash and just say, be happy, people. Like, don't do that.
Mhm.
And Magnolia says, I really love little free libraries. Also, very good to try some new genres or authors.
I agree.
Absolutely. And says, next year, I'm going to try and read what I already have. That's great. I'm very happy to say I won't give my official number because I'm going to save that for my wrap up for the year. But I actually spent less on books this year than I did last year.
Wonderful.
Yeah. So, and funny enough, the bulk of the cost from the books I got this year came from only 5 books because I ordered from bookshop.org so I could give the money to like
An ending.
the portion of the money to an actual indie bookstore. And because you pay, basically full cover price, you don't get any discounts or anything. I paid for those because they were newer books. And I'm like, well, heck, if I hadn't bought those 5 books, it would have been really cheap for me this year. So it's just something that to keep in mind. But I'm happy they got their portion of the money. I mean, I want them
Mhm.
to. Jamie says, same here, Magnolia, little free libraries in my neighborhood, no buy group. That's awesome. It reminds me of an episode of King of the Hill where Peggy starts a little free library and everybody gets bed bugs from it. And, and then they end up disposing of the books in a way that makes you go, no! And so, yeah, that was an interesting episode. Magnolia says that group sounds fun as well. Do you trade or something? That would actually be a great way to do it. We do something at my work every year. It's an annual book swap. People can
Oh, that's
books.
fun. The library, the Livingston Library does it where close to where Andrew lives. You go to like it's either a bakery or a coffee shop, and it's like bring a book, take a book, something like
Oh,
that. And
nice.
then you bring it
Yeah.
in, you bring a book in, and then you can take a book out or whatever. And then you can just visit, and have coffee or whatever. But the day that they did it, I was interested in going, but I had something that day and I couldn't do it. I was like, I'd really like to go because I mean, I have books I could go swap.
Hmm.
So,
You should try it. And if you end up doing it, you should take pictures. I think
mhm.
that would be really cool. And Carmen, hi Carmen. Carmen says, hi Alex, hi Kat, hello everyone. Hope you're doing well. And hello, Tattling Love. I haven't seen you before. You said, put myself on book buying ban, but I can't stop buying special editions with sprayed edges, justifying it to myself by calling them decorative purchases. That's a whole different budget, right? Yeah, that's the whole
Exactly.
thing of collecting books and reading books are not the same hobby. They're different hobbies.
Yes.
And Magnolia says, last time I even found an awesome book with sprayed edges, I was so surprised. I
I
feel like
mean, I
they're everywhere
admit,
now. They're
I
everywhere.
admit they are beautiful. It's
Yeah.
amazing to me that they can do that.
I agree. I've seen people do it with their own Cricut machines. Like people make their own sprayed edge books. Like you can literally go on. I probably shouldn't tell people this because if you have a problem with buying sprayed edge books, like I'm going to introduce you to a whole new world. But if you end up going on Etsy and you have a favorite book that never got a sprayed edge edition, there might be somebody on Etsy who made one. And some of
Oh,
them look like they were like should have been mass produced that way. Like they're beautiful, but they're also way more expensive than if you were to buy one from a store because of course when they're
wow.
mass produced you can still get them for $27. If somebody does it for you custom it's going to be way more than that, but if it's something you really value Etsy has like a
Mhm.
ton of stuff. So
I spent way too much on the Games Gods Play on their book. I mean, it's a beautiful book, but I bought it from Barnes and Nobles. And I haven't bought the sequel yet, which I do want to read the sequel. So then I'm like, do I buy the sequel to match the first book? And how many books is this woman gonna write?
yeah, they get you that way because when you buy one in one way, you want them all to match. So
But and sometimes it like bugs me when you cannot get a full set. Like I'm having that with Anne of Green Gables. It's like I cannot find the same, like the whole set, like in hardcover or nice, or like the soft cover don't look good or whatever. So I have like I have 5 books so far because I just bought the 5th book. And one of them doesn't have anything to do with the second two, and the second two have nothing to do with the last two. I'm like, that aggravates me.
yeah, it would bother me too. I get it. And Teresa says, I only got maybe 4 or 5 book balls and never got a bookshelf, but I didn't get any from the first series. Dang.
Mm.
That to not ever get a bookshelf too, because you saying you got a bunch of them, Kat. I never opened any of
Well,
them. I don't know
the
how frequent
first
they are.
series one did 2 different things. In the beginning, series 1, you got more books in the beginning when they first made them, and then they did a shipment, and it was like you got a bookshelf, a magnifying glass, and then 3 books. So I got a bookshelf for every ball that I opened. For the other balls for series 2, you get all these different items, candlestick, a bookshelf, a cat, just different random things. So yeah, so I have all these bookshelves.
Apologize. So I want to say really quick, because I've never had to do this to anybody before. We kept getting comments from somebody who was like yelling in the chat about how like we needed to be reading and that chatting should be forbidden, and we've been talking too long and we need to just start reading. I will ban people and I will delete your comments if anybody ever does that, because I'm not going to be told what should be done on this channel, and that pisses me the hell off. So sorry. that makes me rage. Like, don't ever do that. That's the thing, is like I do these every week. It's always me, or I try to do them most every week. It's always me. There are sometimes we don't really talk much at all, and we do just the sprints, and it's basically just a night of sprinting. If there's a time when we have a point when we chat and that's not your jam, and you want to come back another week, you want to come back another time, that's totally fine with me. That will not offend me if you want to come back another time. But I never want to listen to people be pissed off about the way that I'm running my channel, because this is something we do as like a courtesy and for fun, and for community, not for people to yell at us about the way that we run our show.
And you know what? There is a mute button. There is a button that you can press if you want to go ahead and start reading before we finish chatting.
Yeah, there's that too. Yeah, absolutely. So sorry, I don't rant very often and I don't get upset, but that really makes me mad. It's like, you ever want to be forbidden from being here? Do that to me. So that makes me so mad. Sorry. Magnolia
It's
says,
my fault.
No, it is not. It's nobody's fault. I'm having a nice time. Nobody's gonna, and I hope you are too, and I hope everybody else is. Like, we're just hanging out. So Magnolia says that sounds cool and fun. And Magnolia says, I found that book with the sprayed edges in a little free library if it wasn't clear. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, that makes sense. That's cool. Anne says, I was enjoying listening. And both chatting is just as much fun. Thank you. And Anne says, we're not stopping you. That's right, Anne. Rob says, yeah, I blocked them. I was like, what the fuck? Move on to another channel. That's the second time she's done that to me before. And most of the time it's not an issue, but she was like yelling in the chat. And I'm like, no, I'm over it.
Oh, so this is someone that has been to your...
They usually come and stuff, and that's fine. And it's not, I don't want to do that to people, but don't be an asshole. Like,
Right.
Number one rule, just don't be an asshole.
Right.
Very easy.
I mean, it's not like we've hypnotized them or holding them like with some kind of power to this.
Yeah. Like there are other sprints. You can go do those. And Nicole says, I thought it missed the chat. Hubby called. No, you're good. We're still here. Magnolia says, totally agree, Alex. Kudos for keeping this channel fun and safe. Well, thank you. Karma says, your rant is spot on. Appreciate that. Like, and Kat, I mean, like you all know, I mean, I've been here around for a while. I don't get mad about a lot.
No,
Really, I'm not sensitive about a lot. But yeah.
but
Jamie
when she's
says,
mad,
yeah, when
she's
I'm mad,
mad.
good luck. Good luck. We're done. Jamie says, ran away. You have every right. Your channel, your rules. Well, thank you. And Teresa says, I think I remember that, but I don't know it was on your channel. I think that person wanted you to limit chat to one per person. It's like, nope, thanks. But I do, because we have been having a
You
lovely
did it for a
chat.
long
We will
time.
get to our sprint. So we'll do a 45-minute sprint. I do want to ask you, Kat, what book are you reading? Because I am reading The Drawing of Three. Yeah. All right. So we are reading the same book.
Yes, I'm very excited to get into it because I finished my book for the Cozy Cottage Book Club earlier today, and this is the only book that I am reading. So,
Okay. That's
and I'm
good.
loving it. It's just I haven't had a lot of eyeball time.
No, that's fair. I've been pretty slow in getting through, because I know that we were going to take pretty much a month to read this, and
Mhm.
usually when we have a month, I kind of just take it easy. I'm hoping I will finish. I'll read at least a couple more books by the time like the year is out and everything, because everybody knows that my reading year has been very slow. This year it's been very slow, but I sometimes those years just happen, and so I'm currently on page 252.
Oh,
Or
you're way above me.
352. 352 out of 500, because my copy, the mass market paperback, is like 506 pages. So I don't know exactly which section you're in, but I'm in the so if you look at the table of contents, the one that's called reshuffle, that's where I'm in right now.
Yeah, you're way ahead of me. I'm in The Prisoner.
Okay, nice.
48.
Awesome. And this is a reread for you?
It's weird. It's like some parts of it I feel like I recognize, but then I'm like, I don't think I did read it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. It doesn't, like, there's some, like, I don't know if maybe I know it's coming. I have the comic books too for this series as well. So I don't know.
Oh, that's right. I forgot you had the comics too. Yeah.
So I don't know if like I just knew this was coming, and then also too they had the Dark Tower movie, and they just didn't stick to the first book.
Right. Yeah, no, they tried to like cram the whole series, I think, in a film. I never saw it, but that was the feedback I heard.
Yeah, so I think that's what it is, why it seems familiar, the names.
Oh, okay. I got
Because
you.
it's like it doesn't feel familiar to me as I'm reading it.
That makes
But
sense.
I'm liking it.
Also, I want to let anybody know who came in late. Your names have changed in my chat. So, like, if you're somebody that I normally would know who you are and your name looks different, I apologize, because I don't know who this is, and I'm sorry. But it says hello. They say hello, Alex. Hi, Kat. Hello, chat friends, and happy Friday. And happy Friday to you as well.
Happy Friday.
And Anne says, I'm still reading Circle of Days by Ken Follett. Awesome.
It's probably really big.
Teresa says, you said it when my comment was up. I thought you were yelling at me at first. I was like, I didn't do it. No, Teresa, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I almost put them on, I'm serious. Like, I was this close. I almost put them on blast and just started yelling before banning them. And I was like, shoot, I'm just going to ban them because the comments kept ticking up. So I'm sorry. I was not yelling at you. You're great and lovely and fine. I'm very sorry. And Magnolia says, oh my God, I was going to hold my book up as well. Oh, hi, Angel. Yes.
It's Angel.
Hi, Angel.
Okay.
Good to see you. Wonderful. All right, everybody. Well, I will give you all your first question of the evening, which is just going to be, what are your plans for Thanksgiving if you're in the U.S.? And if outside of the U.S., what are you up to this coming week? So, because our Thanksgiving is this coming Thursday. And I'm excited because I have the week off. So I will get our sprints up. Give me just 1 second here.
Sounded like a pirate. Arg.
Arg. All right. Well, Kat, we're going to dive in, and thank you everybody for the lovely chat, and I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Oh, I disappeared. Cat. Sorry, cat. There you are. I was on autopilot. What did you do during that sprint?
Oh, how did I do? I did pretty well. Barry called me and I'm like trying to get him off phone so I could finish my chapter thing. 70. I mean, well, it's 71 because I got half of 71
Very
to do.
nice.
So I'm
So
not out of the prisoner yet. I still have a ways to go, but it was a
is
very
he
good.
still on the plane,
Well,
or is he
he's
off
in
the
the
plane?
bathroom.
Yeah, he's in the bathroom. Okay, I was just curious if he was still on the plane. So
Yeah, he's in the bathroom, with Roland. That's all I'm gonna say.
yeah, I'm really interested to get your opinion on the Lady of Shadows, who's the next person. I'm looking forward to talking about her because my feelings about these characters is deeply complicated. But they're deeply complicated people. Like I'm getting ready to be introduced to. So it's the prisoner, the Lady of Shadows, and the Pusher.
Right.
And so I'm getting ready to, in 22 pages, to be introduced to who the Pusher is.
Mm.
And yeah, the Lady of Shadows has been a doozy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's a doozy.
I just love like the differences in language and how Rowling kind of interprets things
Yes.
and and then trying to figure it out. So I looked at my concordance because there were then it dawned on me he must be trying to say jail, but it was spelled different.
Oh,
And so finally I was like, okay, I'm like, it can't be a goal. And then finally I realized he was trying to say jail. And so anyway, but yeah, I love the whole concept,
of
of
the
the
door.
doors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think it's a really interesting concept for the doors and how that carries through the rest of the book. One of the moments of like, because you were talking about how he interprets things that actually, like, I think I laughed out loud is when he's asking for lunch on the plane and the lady's like, I can make you a tuna fish sandwich. He's like, what's a tutor fish?
I
I'll
know, a
take
tuna
that. And
fish.
it really got me,
Because
tutor
he calls
fish.
a sandwich a popkin,
Yeah, a popkin, which
which
I
makes
want to
me
start
think of a
calling.
Pop Tart.
Yeah, I was like, I want to start calling my sandwiches a popkin because that's a great name for it. It's like kind of a cute. Yeah, it makes me wonder, Kat, because you showed me that book that you have about
Yes.
the
The
different
con
like yeah,
yeah.
yes. I'm like maybe I should get that because it's fun maybe to keep track of, all the different things that he says and what he references. I also really like it when Roland describes his I guess the best way to say it is kind of like his accoutrement. So like his guns and like his holsters and like
Yes.
everything that he's wearing and like learning the symbolism of them. Like, because one of the things that carries through the book is how heavy his revolvers are because they're
Mm-hmm.
huge. They're not
Mm-hmm.
like a small gun, they're like massive guns. And I don't know much about guns at all, but like when they talk about the inlay of like the way that they were made, you can just imagine that these are like cherished, beautiful, well maintained, pieces of equipment for him.
Well, just
And
like the knife too that he gives
yeah,
to Eddie at this point, that you're
yeah,
just like, it's like ancient and
hmm,
there's other stuff that's going on with it that it's just not face value. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. It's really cool. So I think King does a good job of descriptions in the story. I
Yes.
feel like I have a really good sense of like the way everybody's supposed to look, their personalities. That's always the thing that I love about King novels, regardless of ones that I really, really liked or ones I wasn't crazy about, is I appreciate the character building. That
Oh
is
yeah,
like his best
he
thing.
is like one of the best when it comes to characterization, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Like you really feel like you know these people,
yeah,
it's
100% feel that way. Yeah.
I think that is like one of his strongest skills as a
Hmm.
writer,
I
you
think
know.
that's what's kept people to him all these years, honestly, is the way he does characters. I think that because I don't really find even his horror novels to be scary anymore. I'm not drawn to them because of the horror. I'm drawn to them because of the people. I want to know
Right.
about the people.
Yeah, if people are plot driven, I think they lose the
Mm.
what's so special about King's writing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If you're looking just for that plot thing, but if you're a character driven
Mhm.
reader like I am, and I think you are,
Yeah. Yeah. 100%.
then you appreciate it because you want more of the characters. You don't mind spending them. I think that's the thing too. Like if you ever get to read Lonesome Dove, those,
Mhm.
first 50 pages of the book, like they're building character and then like his description of the landscape and everything, it's just beautiful. But like you're getting into these characters. And so I think anyone who doesn't appreciate that will
Yeah.
probably think it's boring,
Yeah. Yeah,
so.
no, I'm with you. I would I love all books like that. And I'm actually curious because we were talking about Joe Hill earlier. Is Joe Hill like that? Does he write in any way like his dad or no?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I can see the influence, and there are like the stories that I've read, Horns and the Heart-Shaped Box and Nosferatu, all of them have characters that you come out that you are like invested in. Like you have
Mm,
enough of that you're invested in what's going on. Like even if it's a little bit, whatever's happening in the plot seems a little, you know, unbelievable
mhm.
kind of thing,
Mhm.
you're okay with it because you're invested in the characters.
Yeah.
Like I loved the characters in those three books, and even his short stories. I find he's like his dad with short stories. He's able to say a lot in that type of writing because not everybody can write a really good short story.
No.
You're
Yeah.
left wanting more or whatever. I'm
Mhm.
not saying that every story that King writes, short story that he writes is, 5-star short story, but Joe Hill's got that gift too with the short story. That's where that movie Black Phone came out of, you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. I d
So,
I don't know any author that is prolific that gets it right 100% of the time, but the people who you find that you enjoy who get it right the most of the time, those are the people, that because I don't snap buy for most authors, even authors I really enjoy, like, if they
mhm,
come out with a new book, I do not buy it immediately. I can only think off the top of my head, like, maybe 2 authors that, like,
mhm,
whenever I hear that they're gonna write another book, I will get it as soon as it comes out because I just
right,
know that it's gonna be quality.
right.
So, I mean, it's cool to find people like that. Also,
Mhm.
I don't know if it's just me, Kat, your video kind of freezes and comes back in and out, but it might if it's not happening for other people, cool. I know it's
Mm.
happening for me. It could be my internet connection.
It could be my Wi-Fi with that weird router
I
thing.
hope not. If you suddenly disappear, I'm glad you told me that because if you suddenly disappear, I'm like, they shut off
I
her
mean,
internet.
everything is plugged in or whatever, but I
Yeah.
we have Spectrum and it's not the best internet. So,
I don't think any of them are the best internet.
yeah, so if I freeze, it's probably my internet. Who
Yeah,
knows?
that's okay. That's
We
totally
might
fine.
get fiber at some point, but I don't see that happening anytime soon.
Oh, I hope you can. Fiber's nice. Yeah, fiber's really nice.
Yeah, we just got it in our area, so it's just a matter of us having to, you know, so I don't know. I mean, I'm on strictly on Wi-Fi. I'm not hooked to like with an ether cable or anything like that directly into internet.
Yeah, I'm the same way on my laptop right now. Keaton actually, that was how we figured out when he moved in, which area of the house would become our space is because he's an online gamer and needed that like really fast connection and he had to be hooked up to the router, which is in the front of the house. And so that became his area, which previously was where I filmed. So if you go back to like my
Mhm.
very first video, I was in a different section of my house and that's where he is. And then that's how this became my office space where previously
Very
it was just a
nice.
storage room. So, yeah, I'm just on Wi-Fi. But I want to ask you, Kat, so what are your plans for Thanksgiving?
Barry is going to cook. We're going to stay home this year. So Barry's going to cook. My dad will come up, and Andrew and Megan are going to her grandparents, but they're coming over later because
Okay.
my dad's birthday actually lands on Thanksgiving this year.
Oh, wow.
So I
Well,
know
happy
they'll come
birthday
and
to him.
visit. Yeah, he'll be
How
on
old is
Thanksgiving.
he
He'll
gonna
be
be?
78.
He's young.
My dad, yeah,
Yeah,
78.
78's young still. Good for
Mhm.
you. That's great. You got a young dad.
Yeah, so
We were-
it'll
I,
just be the three. It would be me, my dad, and my oldest son, and then Andrew and Megan will come over later.
that's sweet. Well, I hope you have a wonderful time. My Thanksgiving this year is going to be very different than what we normally do. So normally we all go over to my Mama's house and she'll cook for all of us and like we all just kind of have a big gathering. But my mom this year wanted to do it different and she wanted actually to go out to eat. So we're
Mm.
gonna go to Cracker Barrel and because I love Cracker Barrel, so I wasn't mad when she said that, but it's only going to be her, myself, and Keaton at Cracker Barrel, and then like my mama is still cooking. So we're gonna end up going over later because her brother is the one doing the turkey. So my uncle Don and everything. So like she still wanted to have the traditional Thanksgiving, but I think they're just gonna make less food. And so we'll go over later and hang out with her and see her for a little bit. So yeah, it's just gonna be different. I even offered my mom, I was like, I'll cook because like the last two or yeah, so last year I did the whole family's turkey and it turned out great. And
Mm.
the year prior was my first time making a turkey, but I did that for a Friendsgiving because I usually have a Friendsgiving with some people who come over. And that's how I'm not going to say I mastered the turkey, but I figured out my way that I like to make my turkey. And so I had offered to do that for my mom. And she was like, no, I don't even really like turkey. I was like, well, hell, then we're not going to if you don't want that, then yeah, it just makes sense to go out to eat. So
Yeah, that'd be fun. I mean, new little tradition for her, but as long as you can go see your other family.
yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like I'm still gonna see everybody. It just be different this
Yeah,
year.
Barry always fries a turkey, so whenever we have turkey.
Oh, I have only had a fried turkey one time. My dad did it one year, and all I can think of is like, make sure it's fully thawed because
Yeah.
I'm envisioning giant boom fireball everywhere. So how many days in advance do you start thawing your turkey? Or do you buy
Mm,
it unfrozen?
no, if it's a frozen turkey, I mean, it's got to thaw out for a little bit, quite a bit. I don't pay
Mhm.
attention per se because I don't cook it.
Sure. Yeah, that's fair.
But he's buying the turkey now. That's why he called because he got a gift certificate from his company and it's for $30 and he can
Oh,
buy the turkey and vegetables with it.
oh, that's so
So
nice.
he was trying to get what he went to a grocery store called Rouse's. I don't think y'all have them. I think they're only in Louisiana or maybe south, but anyway, so he went there to get the turkey and it was a little more expensive than like Rouse's turkey. Like I think he had to get a butterball or whatever, but he still had money
Mhm.
left over. So that's what he was asking. Do you want this? Do you want that? Would you like this kind of salad? I'm like, whatever you want to do, that's fine. I said, and if you don't have to, I said, you don't necessarily have to get it for Thanksgiving. I mean, why don't you pick up some apples or bananas or something like, I mean, they don't care as long
Yeah,
as it's for vegetables or fruit or whatever, produce, I guess.
that's so nice. I love that. I think more companies should do things like that. That's cool.
Yeah. So it's really nice.
Well, I hope you have a wonderful time, and I am wishing everybody, whether you're celebrating Thanksgiving or not, hoping everybody has a
Mhm.
great week to come. Zach says, I don't celebrate Thanksgiving. I might try making ragout de boulettes. Do you know how to say that, Kat? No? Okay. Which is a French Canadian meatball stew seasoned with things like nutmeg, cinnamon, and clove. Oh, that would have a very different flavor
Mhm.
profile. So I actually, you saying the spices and everything, totally separate topic, but I saw a recipe from I believe it was the 1600s for the original butterbeer. And it's not butterscotch. Like, you know how like
Mm.
today when you go to like Universal and it's usually associated now with like Harry Potter and stuff, but the original butterbeer was literally an ale that was heated over a stove or a fire and you added spices to it, and then in a separate bowl you combined like eggs and a type of sugars. You could use regular sugar or brown sugar, and then you have to temper the eggs and you add that into the mixture, and then you like whip it up it over the stove and it like froths it. And apparently
Oh.
it's delicious. And I'm actually really curious about trying it because I'm not a butterscotch fan at all. But
Mhm.
the fact that it's brown sugar and like other seasonings, I was like, that actually might be kind of cool to try a nice, because especially when it's cold outside, there's like something really
Mhm.
nice and comforting about a hot beverage.
Yes. Yes, I
So,
agree.
yeah. So, Zach, I hope it ends up being really good. And Magnolia says, no Thanksgiving here, but busy enough with work, the garden, and Christmas shopping and more. Yeah, Magnolia, do you have any like Christmas markets that show up? That was one of the things I was kind of like looking at for the holidays. I know, like, at least in the US, we have them, across the country. One of the ones I think is really cool, and I have no ability to get there anytime soon. But, Kat, have you heard of the Charles Dickens fair that they do in San Francisco every year? Oh, it's
No.
wild. So it's all period clothing. Like people dress up and they do like it's a whole like basically like a small village and
I would
they have
love
like all these
that.
yeah, and they have all these stalls and stuff and people talk from the time period. It's almost like, like when you go to a Ren fair, but it's only Charles Dickens stuff.
Mm,
And I just think it's so fun and I think they're like gearing up for that now because it's almost
that
December.
is amazing. That would be so
Yeah.
much fun.
Yeah. And Melissa, hi Melissa. Melissa says, hi all. No Thanksgiving in Canada this weekend, probably doing some reading. Awesome. You said today I'm reading Wayward by Amelia Hart. I've heard of that. Is it any
I got a
good?
copy of that from the Friends of the Library store. It was one of my free copies I
Oh,
got.
nice. I can even picture that cover. It's got a very
It's a
pretty cover with that
beautiful
bird.
cover. And the reason I
Yeah.
picked it up was because Janet Pages in Chaos was reading it. And I was like, that is such a pretty cover. And it's about witches. So, yeah.
Is it? That's what it's
Yeah.
okay, cool. I do love a good witch story. They make
Mhm.
me happy. And Heidi says, hi, Magnolia. I hope you're still here. Yeah, she hadn't said she was going away. She usually tells us when she's going to bed, although it would be pretty late there now. So it might be any time. Rob says, daughter and I, Thanksgiving, maybe I can still get a reservation for dinner on Thursday at a restaurant or a nearby diner. I hope you
Mm.
can. I know some places don't take reservations, but the day of, they'll do a wait list. So if you can like get on the wait list early. So I wish you luck. Reservations around holidays are really hard. Like I had to travel to Boston for work and it was the week of Halloween. I successfully got a reservation somewhere for a large group of people, but all the other nights we had to do it in like small teams because there was absolutely no way to get a
Mm.
reservation anywhere. There was this one restaurant, and granted, it was going to be a lot of people to do it this way, but there were like 13 people who wanted to eat together. And so they were like, well, you have to book this private dining room. And if you book a private dining room, it's a minimum spend of 20. It was like over $200 a person. Oh, yeah. I'm not even kidding you. Minimum spend.
Oh, I mean, I thought you were gonna say like $20 per
No,
person.
no, it was,
200.
yeah,
I
it
don't
was
even know if I could
200.
eat $200 worth of food for dinner.
I think it's the alcohol, honestly. It's like I mean, yeah, the meal was expensive too, but I think they just expect people to sit there and like drink because it's,
That is
a big,
insane.
yeah.
That is insane.
So yeah, booking around holidays and cities for events is not great. Like last year or in February when Keaton and I were celebrating Valentine's Day. I think I probably told you all this story, but we got screwed over by the place that we had originally made a reservation because then when we got there they were like, oh well, it wasn't actually a reservation, and it's like, oh well, thanks. So I
Ah,
like last minute was
that's
calling.
rude.
Oh, it was awful. They were awful. And so last minute was calling one of our favorite restaurants and was like, I am so sorry. Is there any way that you all will get us in? And they did. They did not, no questions asked. They were so nice about it.
That's
And it was
awesome.
busy, but we ended up having a great time. But yeah, I don't trust reservations anymore. Every time I make one, I'm scared I'm going to show up and it's not going to be real.
That is crazy to me.
Yeah. Yep. And Heidi says, my husband is cooking a small turkey breast and will be making and eating pilgrim sandwiches until the Monday after Thanksgiving. I love
That's
that. The
fun.
good sliced turkey for days. And you said, Alex, did you ever see the 2002 movie version of Monte Cristo? I have not. No, I have not seen anything related to Monte Cristo. So when I read the book, that was my first experience with any of it. It was all a surprise to me. He said the book could not be more different, right? Love that it was. Did you think it was super modern for its time for 1846? I actually do feel like a lot of what was in the book was still relevant to today. And I think I said that to Keaton, where it's like, yeah, I mean, obviously laws are different. Like you can't go and just
Mhm.
duel people to the death, you know, because that's one of the things that's in the book is like you were allowed to just murder people as long as it was for your honor, and you could throw a glove at them and be like, I challenge you, you know. And we don't have public executions by guillotine anymore either. But yeah, I think a lot of the themes and especially about greed was still very
Mhm.
relevant for today. So yeah, good, really good book. And Jamie says, I'll be working on Thanksgiving and then possibly going to a movie. I'm sorry you have to work.
I
Gosh dang it.
know.
What movie are you going to go see or possibly see? Magnolia says, read to page 37. Well done.
Excellent. Yeah.
Jamie says, I made it to page 57 and bury our bones in the midnight soil. Cool. Hopefully it has a strong start. Let us know if it's a strong start. Heidi says, Drawing of the Three is the second best book in the series. I know it's one of your favorites, Heidi. And you said you should look up all the Michael Whalen art on the internet for all the books in the Dark Tower. Oh, that's cool. Okay.
Yeah,
Is that what you?
my copy has the illustrations
Oh,
in
yeah.
it.
See,
Remember
mine
when I sent
doesn't.
you some copies from the Gunslinger?
Yes,
It's the
that's
same
right.
thing.
Because you were showing them to me on camera.
Mhm,
Um,
mhm.
I think that's awesome. I got my copy. I actually was checking what I paid for my books this year. I bought my Drawing of Three copy used on eBay, believe it or not. And
Oh.
so, because I wanted to do I really like the feel and the printing of the mass market paperbacks for these. They
Mhm.
printed them really nice.
Yeah,
So
this is a heavy book.
yeah, and I got this for less than $7. So
Excellent.
I probably will try to, if I can, get all of them in the mass market paperback
Mhm.
editions. Um, yeah, I'm really curious, as always, when we end up talking about this.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, it's gonna be good. And I do enjoy it when an artist does art for a whole series or like
Mhm.
some authors have like a specific artist that works with them for everything like throughout their career, and I just think that that's amazing. You know, I know I talk about Terry Pratchett all the time, but the artwork for Terry Pratchett's books when he was alive and had written, you know, the 41 or whatever that there are for Discworld, the original books, the art was consistent for all of them, which
That's awesome. That
yeah.
is awesome because sometimes because I went to go see a married couple. They're both book writers and mainly picture books, and he's more of an illustrator, but he also has written picture books too. And he has to audition sometimes for his wife's books. And there
Oh,
have been a couple of times that he has not been chosen because they didn't want to use his style. He has a specific like scratch style that he does that's I think is kind of cool. But because I asked that question, it's like, do you get to request to have your husband, do it? And she's like, believe it or not, sometimes they have to pick. They'll pick and he had to audition for a particular book that he was not the artist on. So I thought that was interesting. And then also too, I noticed with the Bunnicula books, they are not all by the same same illustrator. And so you'll notice a slight difference in the character style, the style of the characters or whatever. I mean, they must use the same technique, but you can see a little bit of a difference, in the illustration. So
mhm. Well, that's
I
really
think its
cool.
availability has a lot to do with
Mhm.
it, and also, you know, um, because it doesn't seem like picture book authors who don't illustrate their books. A lot of times you'll see sometimes they have the same illustrator for some books and then others they don't. So I think it's like availability.
I didn't know like that if you like literally were married to an illustrator that you couldn't ask them to do
And
it.
then sometimes another fun fact is sometimes the author never meets the illustrator. They never meet.
I mean, I guess I could see that for works that
I
are
just
like they've been
assumed that
out
they
for a while.
would sit down and
Yeah,
talk about it, you know?
that's a really good point. I never thought about it.
Mhm.
I've never thought about it. And Anne says we're going to hibernate for Thanksgiving. I'm going to read. Neely is going to watch Hallmark movies, and Lucy is going to study. Very nice. Heidi says Gus could have stayed on the porch for the entire book of Lonesome Dove.
It's true.
And Jamie says, yes, I was very invested in the characters in King's Sorrow, even the ones I hated. And that's a good book. That is a sign of a good book. And I will say that until the day I die. Like, if I can read a book and I can say, even if I despised a character, that the writing was good, that it makes everything.
Especially if you
Because
get really some really great emotion from the book, whether
Mhm.
you love a character or you despise a character. To
Mhm.
me, that's good, you know, that you have some kind of a feeling either way, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah, 100%. Heidi says Autopsy Room number 6 is my favorite King short story, and The Mist is my favorite novella. I still need to
Mist is
read The
good.
Mist. I have a copy of it. I
The
need to
Mist
read it.
is different than the show, so if you've ever
Okay.
seen the movie.
I know of it. I know of the ending and everything.
Mhm,
So,
mhm.
okay. Yeah. And then Magnolia says, I have that as well. Cat is sometimes blurry or freezing. Oh, okay. You're
I'm
good right
sorry,
now, Cat.
guys.
No,
Yeah, I don't
you're back in full pixels right now. So you're good. Teresa says, for once I finally get to have Thanksgiving off. Good.
Yay.
I used to work it, then I had to do, or sorry, I used to work it, then I had to do most, then all the cooking. Oh no. Yeah, that would be horrible to have to work and then be responsible for cooking for a bunch
Mhm.
of people. We had a family gathering 2 weeks ago. I also think yeah, that's great to be able to have family get togethers or with friends or whatever. It doesn't have to be the day of. Like to me, it's a day.
Just
It's nice
whenever,
because
yeah.
yeah, well, it's nice because I get it off of work, right? But if my family
Mhm.
said, "Hey, we're gonna celebrate it the weekend before," and that ends up just being a day off work, I wouldn't care. Makes no difference to me. Jamie says, "Oh, I love The Mist and the movie adaptation is one of my favorites too." So there a movie and a TV show, or
No, I
was it
mean, I
just
say it's a
a
movie. I mean, I just
okay,
said a show, but it's the
it was a
movie
movie. Okay.
adaptation. I mean, I like both also. I think it's just interesting, you know, the route that they went compared to, you know, the story. But I mean, I think they're equally good. You know, I like them both too.
Does the book still have that crazy lady that everyone hates?
Mhm.
It does? Okay. Yeah, I
If I'm remembering correctly, it's
feel
been
like she she's
we read
very
The Mist for our Year of King, so it's been a couple of years when Kelsey and I did our Year of King.
that makes sense. Heidi says, "Jamie, I think we have the same taste in books, 99%." And Teresa says, "My husband and I decided to spend the day reading and playing games and eating a light meal. I don't have to cook." That's great.
I find with Thanksgiving, you know, now that we don't have like my mom and my mother-in-law and Andrew has Megan, I just find it's getting our little group is getting smaller. So what's the point of really, you know, buying a turkey and frying it and going through the trouble and all that kind of stuff? But
Mhm.
the point, I mean, we do it this year. Last year we went to Barry's brother's house, and that
Mhm.
we spent it that way. But I think also because we do Friendsgiving, I'm almost to the point that I could kind of see not doing Thanksgiving if we're going to do Friendsgiving,
Sure.
you know, but since I still have my dad, I kind of feel like we should do something with my dad, you know. I don't think we're going to take him to Friendsgiving. So, you know,
Yeah,
so I don't know.
I
Barry didn't want to go to his brother's this year just because he's been traveling so much lately. So I can see him. He's just like, I just want to stay home. He's on vacation. And actually he's the one that has to cook. So if he didn't want to cook, he could say, I don't want to cook, and we could have
Yeah.
done something differently, you know?
Absolutely. Yeah, my dad had made a comment about coming up here either for Thanksgiving or New Year's, but they have a puppy and apparently he's
Oh,
a handful. And so they said that they weren't going to come up this time. So hoping at some point, that I'll get to have, because especially if I don't end up doing a big celebration with my mom's side of the family, if my dad
right.
could come over and with my like my grandma, my uncle, my stepmom, and have everybody there, it would still feel like a big family gathering because the only holiday I spend with them is New Year's.
Mhm.
But it's every year I'm always with them for New Year's because of my grandma's birthday. I
Oh,
promised her years ago I would always be there for her birthday. I'm very devoted to that. I don't. The only time that I've missed was I had to work. There was one year I had started a new job and I wasn't allowed to take off, so I missed because of my job.
mhm.
And I think there was a year I was ill, so I couldn't. Yeah, I didn't want to get anybody sick. But outside of that, I'm there for my grandma.
Right. Well, that's
So,
my oldest son's birthday is January 1st too. So we always do have a dinner too. I mean, I had to miss the one year we didn't have it because we didn't cook or anything because my mom had broken her hip. So I was in the hospital.
oh,
I said that
oh,
was the
yeah.
second time that I celebrated New Year's, like watching fireworks or whatever, New Year's in the hospital at Oshner,
Oh.
because the first time was giving birth to Barry. And the second time was when my mom broke her hip. I'm like, so this is
Oh,
like, odd that I'm at the same hospital, just in a different wing.
yeah. However many years apart. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, goodness. Yeah.
Funny.
And Teresa says, my husband and I decided to. Oh, sorry. I already read that one. The next one she had was my mom is 97 and she will get a meal delivered by a church group this
Oh,
year.
that's sweet.
That is really nice. Yeah. I know a lot
And
of.
97. Wow.
Yeah.
That's
Congratulations
amazing.
for her.
Yeah.
That's a long life.
I love that.
Yeah, Heidi says, "Yeah, I do not like turkey either, like Alex's mom." So, but you're gonna have turkey anyway? Like, could you not have like a chicken instead, or I don't know, Thanksgiving ham? I do like a Thanksgiving ham, like one of those honey hams.
Hmm.
Rob says, my mom would cook 2 Cornish game hens, easier for her, tastes better than turkey, and there wasn't 4 pounds of leftovers. I don't think I've ever had a Cornish game hen, but I've seen them in the store and they're like those
Yeah,
little
we've
tiny.
cooked one before.
Does it
They're
taste
good. Yeah, they're good. And they're
okay?
small.
Yeah. And Jamie said, "Oh yeah, Cat did freeze up there for a second, just the video." And Teresa says, "I'll miss the leftover turkey sandwiches this year." That's fair. Jamie says, "I do too, Heidi. We seem to align on most books." And Alicia says, "The kids have off for the week of Thanksgiving, so I'll be keeping them busy while we clean and get ready for Thanksgiving." Awesome. Carmen says, "We're going to our son's this year, an easier year for me this year." Well, good.
Yay, good for
That's
you,
a
Carmen.
handoff. I'm trying desperately to get my family to do that with me because it took years for them to even let me bring sides. And I'm like, I have a full kitchen. I cook. I like to cook. So last year when I was allowed to do the family turkey, like you have no idea how momentous that was for me, where I was like, this is it. I've finally done it. Like I get to make the main dish. And then this year they didn't even want me to do it. And I was like, well, crap. Okay. And Magnolia says, yes, we have lots of Christmas markets across the country as well, and also some Charles Dickens themed ones. Plus, Garden Centra also have Christmas shows with complete mini Christmas villages.
Oh, that would be
Really
fun.
fun. Teresa says, I used to work at Cracker Barrel on Thanksgiving, but that was like 30 years ago.
Look at Parker just
Yeah.
flew in.
Yeah. Hi, Bubby. Hi. Hi. Oh, hi, Bub. Yeah.
I was chasing him in the
Oh, and there's Keaton. Oh, that's so good. Yeah. Oh, okay. You hanging out in here, Bub? We're just chilling for a second?
He's so
Okay.
cute.
No, he's going to jump down and run back out because he's got a monitor. He has to know what everybody's doing. And then Jamie says, I'm not sure what I'll be seeing, but I know I'll be avoiding Wicked for good. That will just be too many people. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's fair. I didn't see the first one, but I heard about like some theaters having the sing-alongs and some theaters being like, please don't sing, and everything. So I know that the production was supposedly amazing, although behind the scenes, like hearing about it's like the Curse of the Wizard of Oz, you know, and how it kind of like carried over to the new films too. It's
Yeah.
Magnolia says, every day I write in my thankful journal, so I have Thanksgiving every day. Oh, I like that. That's great. And hey, Davon, good to see you. And she says, oh my geez, hi. And hello to you. And Zach says, the movie is the best for the mist. The book is good, but the TV show is one of the worst things ever made. So there was
Oh,
a
so there
TV
is a TV show.
because I thought somebody had said you saying show. I was like, yeah, didn't they have an adaptation, and one of them is considered better than the other one? Kind of like with The Shining, like there was the
Yeah,
TV
yeah.
series
Well, the
and the movie.
Shining, the made-for-television movie, yeah, that was like, kind of like It. When it first came out, it was a TV miniseries, like
I
a
didn't know that.
two-night. Yes, the one with Tim Curry
Oh,
is like a
oh yeah,
two-night. Same thing with Salem's Lot, the one with David Soul. It
I've never seen
was,
that.
yes, it was like two-night movie thing, or because I think they're
Huh.
like 3 hours long or whatever. I actually love the David Soul way better than I did not like the Salem's Lot with Rob Lowe in it. And I like Rob Lowe, but it was just funky. They changed the personalities of some of the
Oh,
characters. I just didn't like it at all. But yeah, Tim Curry, that was it was a 2-night event.
okay. Good to know. I had no idea because I saw that
Mhm.
years later with Keaton. Keaton owned a copy, and he's like, "Hey, do you want to see the original It?" And I I was so I guess it was so off-putting to me because I had seen the newer It, like the ones that
Yeah.
are actually really scary and really intense, and you're like, "Oh my god," and I watched that with him, and I was like, "This is kinda cheesy." But I
But it was
imagine at the
scary for
time
back
that's
then.
what I was gonna say is,
Yeah.
like, at the time, and especially if I had watched that as a child, because I think Keaton saw that originally as a
Mhm.
kid, and he was like, "No, it was terrible." Like, as scary as a kid.
Well,
And I
and
was
the thing
like,
is, you got
"Okay."
to keep in mind the parameters. They are very restricted of
Mhm.
what they could show on television as
Yeah.
opposed to what they can show in film.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
So, for being on television, both, I think Salem's Lot and It, like Salem's Lot, there's a scene in there that I'm still afraid of today. I don't care how cheesy
Really?
anybody thinks it is. It's just the whole concept of it freaks me out. Like,
Is
I
it
cannot
is
have windows that are open
Oh,
at nighttime.
okay, I was gonna ask,
I'm
does it have
just
to
gonna
do with the
say,
kids? Does it
like, I
have to do
cannot
with the
have like,
kids? Yeah, okay. That's so funny. I love it. Jamie said, yeah, there was also a TV series
yeah, I've
adaptation of
never
The Mist
seen it.
too,
I
but I
didn't even
never
know
saw
about
it.
it.
Magnolia says, "My grandma is almost celebrating her birthday again on December 1st. She will be 96. That's great.
Awesome. I love
That's
that.
so cool." And Angela says, my daughter and I are going to Wu's Fine Chinese restaurant. It's a tradition since the loss of so many family members. I love Chinese food and Chinese food Christmas. I was actually thinking of that scene from A Christmas Story today when they have the duck and you know that because the dogs came in and ate their turkey. So I hope you have a wonderful time. And Zach says, I've done Cornish game hen a couple times. They're pretty good and simple. Okay, well, I might have to give that a shot. Magnolia says, have only watched the Shining TV movie with Steven Weber and I loved it.
I
Good.
did too. I actually like, I mean, if you want to say an adaptation that is more truer to the book, the Steven Weber one is
Okay. Yeah, well,
more
because
so
even the
than
weapon,
Stanley Kubrick's.
yeah, I was gonna say because the Stanley Kubrick, honestly, one of the biggest reasons why I haven't watched the Shining movie is because the axe bothers me because it's not an axe in the book, and so I know that in the TV adaptation, it's the correct weapon, which is
Mhm.
I think is important.
The only thing about the TV adaptation that drove me crazy was whoever did the casting for the little boy, they should be fired. Because who they
Oh,
chose for the little boy he was just annoying. Just
okay.
he just was not,
Oh, he
and I don't
wasn't
know if it's
sympathetic.
because the little boy in the Stanley Kubrick movie, I thought he was a good choice for Danny
Mhm.
Torrance. Also,
Mhm.
there is a weird thing that he does when he talks to, you know how Danny Torrance talks
Mhm.
to his whatever
Yeah.
friend.
Yeah.
Well, it's weird, kind of weird how they do it in the adaptation for the movie thing, but I think
Okay.
it's even more weird just because of the kid. I don't know if anybody else agrees with me on that, but it's like,
I'll trust
what
you
did
on
they
that
get
one.
this kid? But otherwise, it was good. I mean, to me, you saw more of the breakdown of the character with the dad than you in that miniseries than you did, because Jack Nicholson is unhinged in
From the
general.
beginning. Yeah. I was
Yes.
going to say that's the other thing is he starts
Mhm.
out in the book being he's just a dad. He's a dad who's
Mhm.
trying to do right by his family and it's supposed to be about a slow descent into madness. And then, King wanted there to be and I won't because the book ending is very different than the movie
Yes,
ending.
there's
I know
also a
about
big
that
deal,
too.
and there's a
Yeah.
reason why it ends the way it does, and
Yeah, yeah, because
yeah.
King, I think the ending, even more than anything, was what bothered King so much about the Kubrick film,
Mhm.
is because the whole King was trying to make the dad sympathetic. He put himself as because he obviously was addicted to drugs and all
Mhm.
sorts of things. He put himself into the character of Jack Nicholson's part, and he was like, yeah, they butchered it. But there was also something about like the way that Kubrick would talk to Stephen King. Did I ever talk to you about this,
Oh
or did you
no,
ever hear?
uh-uh.
There was a report of the King said this himself that there was one night that Kubrick called him late and was screaming into the phone, "Do you believe in God?" And King said, "Yeah," and Kubrick just hung up. I was like, I'm like, whatever was going on there was very weird, and they did not have a good working relationship.
Right. Well, he had to
So
wait, I think, for the rights or whatever, so that he could have let the miniseries be made. I watched the like commentary thing because I ended up buying it because you can't really find it anywhere. So I ended up buying it. It was very interesting to hear like the behind the scenes and everything
okay,
involved with it. And it is also shot at the Stanley Hotel
yes, which now is
in
famous because of that.
Colorado, and
Yes,
I've been
yeah,
there. So that was kind of neat too, being able to go see it, But
that's
yeah, I
fun.
mean, I'm not saying that the Stanley Kubrick movie is scary in its own right,
Sure,
but and I happened to see it before I had read the book. So it wasn't
that helps.
until yeah,
Yeah,
so if you watched it on its own, it's very scary. There are scenes in it to me that are very scary.
that's fair too. Yeah, I struggle with like once I've read a book, I don't really want to see the adaptation because I fear that they're going to ruin it. But if I've already
Mhm.
seen it, I don't mind reading the book a lot of times because I'm kind of curious then about the
Especially if there's
differences.
been a big gap between the
Yes,
time,
yes, yeah. Because if it was like, oh yeah, 15 years ago I watched that movie and I don't remember a whole ton about it, so let me read this book is very different. Yeah, 100%. Jamie says Tim Curry was very creepy.
He
Yeah, he did
was.
have a really he just like had a knack for everything that he did. And I honestly wonder how many more things he would have been in had he not had the stroke
Oh,
that
I
he's still
know.
dealing with because like it I so I had collected a bunch of old Scooby Doo movies that were from my childhood and the number of voices he does in those like I didn't even realize how
I didn't
many
realize
things
that
yeah
either.
I didn't realize how many things Tim Curry was in from my childhood that I didn't know it was him, but he was such a familiar voice. And now that I know, I'm like, oh no, not Tim Curry, because he's really interesting. Zach says, I absolutely hate the new movies. Talking about the It movies, I hate everything from the cast to the color palette. The originals didn't have a very big budget, but at least they understood what they were making. I haven't, okay, I will say I liked the part one It movie because I haven't seen the second part of
Oh,
the newer
I
ones.
enjoyed what they did with them, and I thought the Pennywise was creepy, and there are some
Hmm.
parts in it that are
Hmm.
unsettling to me.
Yeah.
Um, but I don't know. I have a fondness for the original. I
Oh,
think because
sure.
it's nostalgic to me
Yes.
also, and I also like Richard Thomas, and Richard Thomas is in the TV version too. So
That's cool. Yeah, my friend Dylan was the one who asked me to go with him to the part 1 and I didn't really know what I was getting into, and I had never read the book at that point, and so I saw that, and he told me after the fact, he was like, "Oh yeah, that was very different than the book." And I was so captivated by the story that it was being told. Again, I didn't even know what happened with them as adults. I only saw the part with the kids, and I was like, I have to read this book. And it was after I read The Outsider and The Green Mile,
mm,
and I was becoming a fan of King, and I was like, okay, well, I guess I need to sit down and read, his second longest or third longest book that he ever wrote. And I ended up really liking it, and I kept
mhm.
my copy because I have a feeling I'll probably reread it again one day, after I've had like a long break, because
Right.
it's a chunky book.
Yes, it is very
Um,
chunky.
but yeah, and yeah, there are some like and we all know there's some weird things that King could have excluded from the novel that probably shouldn't have been in there. But the main part about the characterization of the kids, I
Oh yeah,
felt like
yeah.
I knew them. I felt like I knew every single one of them so well.
Hmm.
And yeah, it was just really cool. Jamie says, speaking of it, who's watching Welcome to Derry? Is that a show? I'm
Yeah,
not
it's
gonna
on
watch it.
HBO Max. I don't have HBO
Oh,
Max, so
I don't either. And Magnolia says, and Steven Weber did an amazing
I
job.
agree.
Angela says, David Soul, I loved him in Starsky and Hutch. I didn't realize he had passed away.
Yeah.
Jamie
I think it
says,
was sometime last year or early this year or last year.
oh, really?
Hmm.
Oh. Jamie says, I hated the Shining movie because I saw it on its first run right after finishing the book. I was so disappointed. Jamie says, yes, Steven Weber was great. Ian says, someone with 4 legs and fur is attempting to convince me that he is hungry. I think you will be convinced, mostly out of persistence. And Magnolia says, I thought the boy was okay, not great, but okay. But I don't have anything to compare since I didn't watch the Nicholson
Oh
movie
yeah.
yet. Okay. And Magnolia says Tim Curry was in Monk as well as Dale the Whale.
Oh,
Oh, he's been in so many things.
I love him in Rocky Horror Picture
Oh,
Show.
me too.
I love him in that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
He's
good.
fabulous. And Jamie says Tim Curry's memoir was recently released. I'm really looking forward to reading it. Oh, I bet that's
Yeah, I
super
bet you it would
interesting.
be a very interesting memoir.
Yeah. I heard about he told his own stroke story. He went
Mm.
in front of an audience and was talking about what happened. And the so he was actually in the middle of getting a massage, and the masseuse noticed something was wrong, and he told Tim Curry, like, I'm going to call an ambulance for you. And Tim Curry was like, that's dumb. I don't need you. I'm fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with me. I don't know what you're talking about. And he had a really bad stroke and didn't know. And it's like, well, thank goodness for that person who cared about him and was like, hey, I'm
Hmm.
sorry. Like, something's really wrong, because it could have been worse. So,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, because I think you have like a window of what, an hour? You have a window of opportunity that you can get to the hospital. Now, I don't know at the time he had it, where there is a certain kind of shot you can receive when you have a stroke.
Oh, is that
So,
right?
like, it is a very crucial amount of time. I think it's a 1 hour window for you when you have a stroke to get to the hospital so that they can determine, first of all, what kind of stroke you're having and if that shot will help you.
Okay.
I found that out because someone I worked with, her mom had a stroke, and that's what it was. They were like, thank goodness you got here before then. But really sad was when my friend Michelle had a stroke. She was like mid 50s and she went to go feed her cat. She was supposed to be going on a girls' trip, and her friends were at the house, and her husband was there, and they were all chatting, and she had to go feed the cats, and she just had the stroke, like passed out on the floor in the middle of trying to feed her cats or whatever. They called an ambulance where they lived and no one showed up. So he called again. No one showed up. They had to put her in like a rolly chair, like an office chair, so that they could roll her out to the car, put her in the back seat of the car. And like you're sitting here knowing you're on the time thing.
Yeah.
And luckily they live close to a hospital and he
Okay.
rushed there. And at first the people are like, thought she was like on drugs or whatever. And he's like, she is not on drugs. There is something wrong. I think she's either had a heart attack, a stroke, something,
Yeah.
but she just fell out or whatever. She's been unconscious. But I'm like, that is crazy to me. Because when my mom had her stroke, like literally, I called 911 and the ambulance was there within minutes, so it's just, I just cannot even believe that that even happened. So, and they didn't know what was wrong with her. So that's the bad thing, is they didn't know what was wrong. But can you believe that? And they never showed up.
I have never, other than in a state of emergency like a hurricane or something where they physically can't get to you, I have never heard of an ambulance
I
just
know,
not
it was
coming.
crazy to me. I could not believe it. And I worried, that was the one thing I worried about because we had to call an ambulance for my mom when she broke her hip, because we could not move her.
Mhm.
And we had to call an ambulance for when she had the stroke, and because she wasn't responsive. And so they came within like minutes. Like, I was on the phone with them, told them what I was seeing, doing everything, 911, whatever. And so I just cannot imagine like them just not coming. Her husband was so mad
I
because he
would,
just
yeah, you
knew,
could
like, I have
sue.
no idea what's going on with my wife. And and
Yeah.
sure enough, she did. She had a stroke, and it affected her mobility, so she can't ever drive again. She's on disability now. Like, it took her a long time because it affected like her balance and coordination. So if she would move her head, like, it was like having like vertigo, big
Vertigo.
time. Yeah. So it's just, it was crazy. Like, her. And then the sad thing was that Richard's brother had died, I think that August, and Michelle had a stroke in October. And they were having the memorial service, like the celebration of life. And he didn't want to leave because Michelle couldn't travel, obviously. And so we set it up to where somebody was with her, like
Oh,
sleeping
yeah.
over and help, because her daughter was at college, out of town. So we were like, you need to go and do that. We will take care of her. So there were three of us, three friends, that we all took shifts. And she's like, I feel so ridiculous, y'all having to come and babysit me. We're
No,
like,
good
well,
friends.
because
Yeah,
we
very
don't
good
want anything
friends
to
for you to
we
do
don't
that.
have anything to happen to you, kind of
Yeah.
thing. So
Oh, I'm sorry that happened to your friend.
yeah, it's
That's terrible.
craziness.
Jamie says, "Welcome to Darius, the prequel series. I'm enjoying it. The kid cast is fantastic." Oh,
Ooh.
good.
See, I
That's
think I would
important.
like it.
Yeah. Maybe you'll get HBO Max and just get it for like a month and watch it and get rid of it. And Anne says he annoys me that he never eats all of anything. Oh, your furry, your four-legged buddy never eats all of the food. I don't have to worry about that with Barker. He'll hork anything you put in front of him. And Zach says Pennywise being creepy in the new ones is part of the problem. He's supposed to be approachable to lure people to him and then get scary. And the kids were like 4 years too old because they wanted kids from Stranger Things, which a bunch of the tension out period in Stranger Things was a ripoff of it, anyways. Oh, I mean, there was a lot of things in Stranger Things that were taken out of other stuff, but King really liked Stranger Things. Like
Yeah, I
he
love
talked
Stranger
about it.
Things.
Yeah, he like publicly posted about it on social media when I think it was the second or third season of Stranger Things came out, and he was like, "Oh my god, this is so scary!" And I think that's cool. And yeah, the guy who ends up playing Mike from who ends up playing Mike in It from Stranger Things, he did a really good job.
Hmm.
I can't believe how old he is now.
I know. It's amazing when you see how old they are.
And
I mean,
Angela
Millie
says,
Bobby Brown is married and a mom
"Yeah,
now.
yeah, I can't
So
believe it.
wicked.
It's wild." And Angela says, I drove myself to the hospital when I was having my heart attack. I also took a shower before I went. The doctor couldn't believe it. I was getting stents just a few hours later.
Well, it's
Oh my
weird,
God.
Angela. I'd love to know like what your symptoms were, because a friend of mine just recently had a heart attack, and he said he did not feel like he was having a heart attack. He just had a really bad headache, and he was getting some jaw pain and some neck pain, and he was feeling nauseated, but he did not feel like what he thought a heart attack would feel like his heart was like hurting or whatever. And the only reason they went to the hospital was because his wife came, and when she got home they took his blood pressure and it was through the roof. but they drove him to the hospital and he had to be stented. So I'm just curious, like, but I've heard of people that they get themselves to the hospital. They think either they're having
Yep.
intense heartburn or whatever.
Mhm.
But he said he didn't have any of that kind of feeling whatsoever. And I thought, oh my gosh, that's just scary,
That is.
because I've also heard of people having like mini strokes and stuff and not realizing they've had a stroke.
Yes. Yeah, that's unfortunately really common. It was, I'm not going to say it was funny, but the day when I got my pinched nerve, I was hosting an event, so I had to power through an event that was late in the evening, and my friend Dustin was with me, because and we work together, and he usually is there to help me with my events. And I was telling him about the pain that I was having, and he got so freaked out. He was like, "Was it in your? Is it in your jaw? Like, is it in your arm? Like, what's it?" And I said, I told him, I was like, "It's on my right side." So I know it's not a heart attack, because if it was a heart attack, it'd be on my left side. And he was like, he's trying to convince me to go home. And I'm like, no, it's fine. But you talking about heartburn, Kat, I get really bad heartburn sometimes. And I have thought before that if a heart attack feels like
Mhm.
heartburn, I wouldn't know. I probably would
Right.
just sit there and be like, oh, just, take some Tums. Sucks. But yeah, I
Hmm.
mean, a friend of mine when I was in college, her grandma was having a heart attack and didn't realize it for hours.
Oh,
And she was home by herself and just kept doing things at home, and finally she realized, she was like, "You know what? This seems pretty weird. I should probably go to the hospital." And it diminished her total, because when you have a heart attack, it kills like some of your heart muscles if you don't get to it in time. And because she had waited so long, her
oh,
heart capacity was diminished by half. So
that is
she,
awful.
yeah. So I
Did
like, oops, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, did they have to give her like a pacemaker or something like that, or
I
is
I
it
think
damage
she had,
beyond that?
I think they gave her something, but my friend has a like an intense phobia of anything dealing with the heart because of that, because her grandma was basically her mom. And
Mm,
so she couldn't listen to like heartbeats or anything dealing with racing heart, like always freaked her out. And I can understand that, like
yeah.
if so. Yeah, and Magnolia says, whenever this comment is read, I'm going to bed. That rhymes. It is 1:38 here. Well, have a wonderful evening, Magnolia. It was wonderful to see you. Jamie said, oh my God, Angela.
Hmm.
And Angela said, my neck was like it was a spasm. Saw my doctor the same day. He didn't find it. That was on a Monday. Went to the hospital on Saturday. Angela, oh my God. That's a long time.
Jeez,
And Angela said, so basically, I was having a heart attack for 6 days, or at
or
least the
at least
symptoms of
symptoms of
one.
one.
Yeah.
Mm.
Bless
So
your
you see,
heart.
she also had the issue with the neck. So
Yeah.
that was one of the things my friend said. It was like he was having pain in his jaw, pain in his neck, and feeling nauseated. And he had that really, really bad headache. And he says, I don't have bad headaches, So that was
Mhm.
like he wasn't feeling well, but he also wasn't thinking I'm having a heart attack either, because he just assumed. So that is scary because we're the same age. And I'm like,
Hey, you're getting out there, you're walking, you're trying to eat
I know,
healthy,
I
you're
know, I
doing your
know.
best, Cat. I mean, and not to like freak anybody out, but since we're on the topic, I mean, like one of my most beloved family members, he hosts or like actually runs his own cycling classes. And so he a very healthy guy, and very active, is just like super bubbly and everything, like the exact type of person you would think would never had a heart attack. And he had one. And it's like, like you do, that's really all, like that's what I try to keep myself from panicking about health stuff, is I'm like, you do your best with what you got and you try to stay healthy, and then
Well,
you
that's the
just
thing.
pay
You don't
attention.
know. There's so much
Right.
going on in your body that you're unaware of. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
100%. So it's like, just pay attention to when something seems wrong and you take care of it, and that's all you can do.
I
Magnolia
think
says,
that's why
wow.
you really have to know your body well to
Yes.
know if something is like really unusual. Like I would think if you were having heartburn like consistently and you weren't eating anything that was triggering you,
Hmm.
then that might be concerning. I mean, sometimes I'll get that feeling like if I haven't eaten, like if I have an
Yes.
empty stomach. So,
Yep.
I'll have to think to myself, okay, well, I'm taking my medicine and I'm feeling like this. It must mean I have to eat something. And I don't realize I've gone too long.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I'm glad that everybody pay attention to yourself. That's all. That's all we can say. That's our PSA. Bye, Magnolia. Angela said, lost two brothers to a heart attack, 52 and 60 years old. We have a bad heart gene in our family. Well, you're still here, ma'am. You
Yes.
keep looking. So I'm glad you're still here.
Me too.
And Anne says, I was away at college. I thought I had an upset stomach and went to the infirmary. They gave me a pill to put under my tongue. I went to class. I was so nauseous at lunchtime. I decided I was going.
I'm
Rest of
assuming
her
to the
message will
hospital.
come through. Yeah, a rest of her message will come through in a second. But Angela said, I had been doing keto and intermittent fasting 18 months prior to the heart attack.
Wow. Yeah, and my friend that just had the heart attack, he was on a carnivore diet. But the funny thing is he had his cholesterol checked, it was high, but when he went to his cardio doctor, they had done a test and everything looked fine. So they're
Wow.
wondering if maybe the test didn't pick up like the blockages or whatever. So that's what's or he was scheduled to have, that's what it was too. He had something and his doctor recommended a test, but he had the heart attack the day or two before he was going to have that test done. So had he had the test, they might have caught it before, but at least they're both he and his wife are both physical therapists, and he's in very good shape. He exercises, very good shape. But thankfully, they were like, okay, something's wrong. Your blood pressure is way too high. Let's go. And that's what they
Okay.
did. So,
Well, good. Glad somebody stepped in.
uh-huh.
Well, on that lovely and positive topic of conversation, I am going to ask, just based off of the topic, one of the topics we were saying earlier is, do you have a favorite illustrator?
Mm.
I think that could be a fun one. And you don't have to like actually name the illustrator. If you just know a book series that has illustrations you like, you can also just list that too. I thought that could be fun. So I will. You want to do another 45 minutes, Kat?
Yeah, that's fine with me if that's
Okay.
good for you.
Yep, that's perfect. So we'll do another 45 minutes up on the clock, and you all have your next question. And I might go grab a snack.
I think I'm going to do that too.
All right, perfect. Well, I'll see you all in a little bit, and happy reading. Bye.
That scared me.
It turned up really loud.
Well, because I was like, I'm so intense,
Oh,
like wanting to know what's happening.
yeah. How did you do?
I,
Where'd you get
I
to?
only made it to 85 because I had to go down and let my friend's dog out because Barry tried to do it. My friend has a dog and a cat, and Barry's allergic to cats, and their cat loves on you, all on you. And so he went and he's like fussing at the cat, like, and it scared Nala. So Nala wouldn't come to him to go to the bathroom. So he's like, you have got to go down there and let Nala out. So I had to go down there with a leash and clip her on there and take her out and everything. And of course, the cat's just lounging on the sofa, just looking at me like, what you doing? Didn't even come and pay attention to me. So then I
Oh,
got back, ate real quick, and then so I only made it to page 85. I'm in the middle of 85, but oh my gosh, that whole entire scene in the airplane bathroom,
uh-huh.
just like,
Banging on
I
the
mean,
door.
literally, I'm just like, oh my God. Like, like it almost played out like if you would see that on a movie, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, it was
So
very tense. I agree. It was
very, very
tense.
tense, very
Yeah.
tense. So right now I'm at the part where he's in the taxi. So I
Okay.
mean, you know what
Yeah.
that's about. But but then I'm like getting worried for him too because there's other problems.
Yes. There are definitely other problems coming his way. Uh,
Yes,
yeah. And you
but
said
very
you said
good.
you saying Barry's allergic to cats, but don't you have Poir?
Well, Andrew's got poor now, and
Oh, okay.
we do have Nene, but Nene pretty much confines herself to my oldest son's room.
Uh,
Barry's problem is cats can be around.
mhm.
His problem is if he touches them and somehow he doesn't wash his hands well enough or whatever, and he touches his eyes or his face, whatever, it he will have an allergic reaction.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, he never used to be, but mom had lots of cats at one time, and it whatever was in him, it kind of like triggered it. So anyway, we got to be very careful.
Well, that was nice of you to let your friend's dog out. I got my pupper right here. He's waiting for his evening food dispensation to happen. We have an automatic feeder, and he has been hounding me to be like, "Food, food now, food time." And it's like, "No, bud, you need to wait another 25 minutes. It's gonna be okay. You are not, in fact, dying." Um,
Right.
but yeah, just you'd think the world had ended when he's hungry. Though to be fair, I feel like the world's ended when I'm hungry, so I can relate.
Did you get your snack?
I did. I had some hummus and some little baked pretzels.
Very good. I
Yeah,
had some crab ragoon dip with some like blue chips.
that sounds so good. Is it homemade dip?
Yes, Barry made it. When did Barry make it? I think he made it Sunday. I
Oh
think he
my.
made it Sunday. And then of course he went out of town. So every night it seems like a couple of nights this week, that's what I've kind of had because I eat late sometimes
Yeah.
for lunch. It's like I don't want a full meal and then be going to sleep. So yeah, so we had some leftover and we split it. I'm like, this will be enough for me to,
Can I have
but
that
it's very
recipe?
good.
Yeah.
It was the first time he made this recipe.
Can I have it? I want to
Yes, I'll
try that
get the
recipe.
recipe
That
from him.
sounds amazing. Thank you.
Like I love crab rangoon when you get it with
Oh,
in the wonton. Oh,
oh, big fan. Big fan of crab rangoon. So yeah, that sounds phenomenal. And before we left, hope everybody had productive sprints. You can let us know how you did. I asked you all, do you have a favorite illustrator? So, Kat, I want to ask you, do you have a favorite illustrator
uh,
example or person you'd
it's
like to give?
so hard. I mean, if I have to only pick one,
You don't.
it
You can name multiple.
okay. Well, Chris Van Allsburg is an all-time favorite of mine. I love his artwork.
Okay.
Jan Brett has beautiful artwork. So does Graham Base. When it comes to picture books, they just have really beautiful. Patricia Polacco has a pretty decent style too. It's a little bit different, but it's a style all her own. And Brett Helquist. is wonderful as well.
Oh, that's
He's
a name I know. I know Brett Helquist.
Yes, he's done he did a Neil Gaiman book. He did the one about the Norse it's not the
Oh, cool.
Norse gods, but it was the one where
American Gods.
no, it's shoot, I
He
read
has a
it.
book called Norse.
It's a YA book and it's got Loki and everybody
Oh,
in it,
oh,
but I can't think of the name of it right off the top of my head. But anyway, Brett Hillquist did that, and I wish I had a copy of his because Chris Riddell did mine. I didn't
yeah,
realize that Brett Hillquist did a copy, and Chris
yeah,
Riddell is good too.
yes.
And as far as adults, like I really like Brahm. I think his illustrations in
Yes.
Slewfoot are beautiful.
Oh my God, so right.
Um,
Yeah. I
yeah.
couldn't believe that he did those himself and wrote the book. I was like, wow, what a talented person. Uh,
Yes. I
so
think he started off as an artist
I could
and
believe that.
then wrote after, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I mean, you know, how my love for picture books.
Mhm.
I mean, a lot of it is this, you know, based on the story, but the illustrations to me are like captivating.
That's cool. Yeah, you named a couple of mine, so I guess only two of mine to throw in there are both comic book artists. So the first one was my like first ever comics that I read that weren't from like a newspaper like Garfield and stuff.
Yeah.
First real comics that I owned were Mike Mignola's Hellboy and
Mm.
like the Abe Sapien comics and the BPRD and stuff. And I own so many of those. And so like I'm a big fan of Mike Mignola's work. And then Fiona Staples is a huge one. And anybody who's a fan of Saga, the comic Saga, knows
Hmm.
Fiona Staples. So yeah, she's just like just amazing. Like her work. So the thing that's really different for Mike Mignola is his is very dark. He uses a lot of heavy blacks, and then
Hmm.
it's kind of like pops of color here and there, but it's all very dark looking. And then
Hmm.
Fiona Staples, hers is very colorful. It feels very animated. Hers, of course, are adult comics because Saga is all adult, like not safe for children at all adult comics. But there's just something really impressive about her work that I'm like, man, if I could draw, I wish I could draw like
All
that.
right.
Yeah. So yeah, it's cool. We also got Anne's other part because she was talking about when she went away to college and had the upset stomach and went to the infirmary and everything. And she said that she decided to go to her mom's and drove 2 hours to get home. And her mom took her to the ER and she had a ruptured appendix.
That is amazing that she's still alive
Yeah, seriously. Get sepsis.
because when your appendix, yes, because Andrew's perforated and he was in the hospital for a week on antibiotics, IV and antibiotics and whatever, and they told him he still had a chance of developing an infection just because, you know, it was perforated and they couldn't take him to surgery right away. She had a surgery right before him. And no matter how much they clean and everything, all it takes,
A
you
little bit.
know, so
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm really glad, Anne, that you ended up being
Yeah,
okay.
you are
You were,
very fortunate.
yeah. Jamie says that's an easy one for children's book. It's author illustrator David Wiesner.
Yeah, David Wisner is good
Yeah.
too.
And the book is Tuesday, followed by Chris Van Allsburg and the Mysteries of Harris Burdick.
Mhm.
That's really cool. Thank you, Jamie. And you said on the adult side, I love Clive Barker's illustrations. Clive Barker is another name
Mhm.
that I know.
Yeah, Tony DiTillorzini, he also, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, DiTillorzini, he did all the Spiderwick, and he also did the Spider and the
Oh,
Fly. And he
okay.
has beautiful illustrations as well, in my opinion.
Very cool. Yeah. And Rob says his illustrator is Royce Krenkel, and Frank Franza was inspired by him.
Oh yeah.
Awesome. And Heidi says, oh, Michael Whalen, who I mentioned earlier, Stormbringer by Michael Moorcock is his best cover. Then there is Don Mites and his cover of The Electric Forest.
Mhm.
Very cool. And Heidi says, Jamie, some of Barker's books of blood were so over the top. I read the first 10 stories.
Yeah, he has a very distinctive art style.
And Rob says, Kat, that book you're reading looks like it's 2 feet by 5 feet. Oh, yeah, it was the perspective in which you were reading.
Because
The
of
book was like really close and it looked huge.
Let's
Yeah.
see how big this book is actually.
Do you
It's like,
find reading big, like hardbacks comfortable? They hurt my hands after
well, it depends. This book is just heavy in general. I don't know if it's the type of paper they printed it on, or I don't know. You know, a book that's very heavy that I bought, it was an illustrated version of the Salem's Lot, and that is an extremely heavy book. But
Mm.
again, I think it's the whatever the paper is. My book is like 6 1/4 by 9 1/4. That's a weird measurement, but
6 1/4 by 9 1/4.
that's what it's measuring.
That's like special paper right there.
Yeah, the paper is weird. The paper is, I don't know if they list what it is, but I don't think y'all can see it. The paper, it's not normal paper. It's like you can see, I don't know what to call it. I don't think y'all can see it on there, but it's like it's got stripes is not the word. Yeah, I don't know if y'all can see
No, the
that.
camera's not picking it up.
Yeah, it's
Mm.
it's almost like it's textured, like almost like you when you buy like really nice letterhead,
Mm-hmm.
like paper to write a letter on. That's kind of like how it is.
Okay.
It's just it's not stripes, but you can see it's not normal paper. And I think that's what makes it heavy.
Okay. Interesting. I would be super uncomfortable trying to hold that up.
Well, that's why I'm have it on my desk.
So
So
you can lean it.
so I
Yeah.
can lean it, and then if I was in my bed, I'd have a pillow.
Oh, nice. That's a pro tip right there. Pillow.
Yes, and I really need to take my cover off because the cover aggravates me.
Oh, yeah.
'Cause
I
it
don't like
slips
reading with
inside.
dust jackets on. I always take them off.
Yeah, that's the dust jacket. That's what I meant.
And Alicia says they're both good ones. Also, hi, Alicia. But they're both good ones, Heidi. I also like Brom for modern day horror. And Jamie said, outrunning some errands, switched the audiobook and continued to Bury Our Bones. Awesome. And Zach says, got to page 166 in the Book of the Unnamed Midwife. All right. And Alicia says, oh, Barker. Yeah, he's been very cuddly today. Very, very.
Yes.
And Anne says, officially, I am halfway through the 688 page. I really want to finish this book this weekend. Oh my goodness. That is a long book. Good for you, Anne. And Alicia says, I ate dinner and played a round of Mario Kart against my daughter and the father-in-law. At one point, we had a 3-way tie that my daughter beat me. Oh, well, good. I'm not very good at Mario Kart, especially not by competitive standards, but I do think it's really fun. I played a lot of Mario Kart when I was a kid. Actually, at my daycare, we had a Nintendo 64 and played the original, which was super fun. And Zach says, I was eating a giant soft pretzel while you were talking about gluten.
Yum. Yum.
Aw. And Alicia says, I've been reading Iron Gold, but I might switch to I'll Bring You the Birds Out from Out of the Sky. That's a long title name, too. And Anne says, Zach, if you had a mustard with the picture, the gluten
right.
disappears.
Yeah, right.
Negates.
We wish that was true.
Oh. And Nicole says, headed to bed to watch TV. Thanks for the sprints. Night.
Bye,
Night
Nicole.
all. And good night to you too, Nicole. Hope you have a very happy Thanksgiving. It was nice to see you. And Jamie says, for comic books, I love Ben Templesmith. He did the 30 Days of Night series. I've never heard of that. Do you know that one, Kat?
I've never read the series, but that's one of my favorite movies is 30 Days of Night. I absolutely love that movie.
What's the premise?
Oh, it's vampires, and they're not the glistening pretty let me be alluring and hypnotize you kind of no, they are vicious, and it takes place in an isolated, cold, snowy, it's just it's so good. It's
Okay. That sounds like
it,
fun.
like if you wanted to me, that's what vampires would be like primal vampires,
Yeah. Well,
not
that
the
makes
romantic version of vampires.
right. Well, that makes sense to me why you like Salem's Lot, because that is what those vampires are like in that book. So now I know like what your favorite vampire is. I don't think I ever knew that you like the
I mean,
very
I like Dracula, don't get me wrong. One
sure.
of my favorite Dracula movies is the one with Gary Oldman. But that one is very romantic and very,
Mhm.
Gary Oldman when he goes to the city. I don't know if you've seen it. He's
I
just
have not.
very, oh my gosh, he's just like, you're just, oh my gosh, like right here. You could like me right there. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
But and then I've had other shows where I like vampires and stuff like that. But like if if you're looking at vampires that are like really gonna be like underworld, you know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? Or but
I
these
love
you can
Underworld.
ask Jamie if Jamie has
Yep.
seen, 30, I'm sure she's seen the movie if she's read the series, because I would love to see the comic book series and see how brutal that is. But yeah, I would definitely recommend it if you and Keaton want a good, like if it's snowing at your house and it's wintering.
And I want to be scared for the rest of the evening. Be a
Well,
good
you know that it's not gonna,
sure. I,
literally happen to you, but let's put it this way, like because of the circumstances, you're almost like it's just such a hopeless, bleak kind of situation.
okay.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Good to
But
know.
it is. It's one of my favorites. I watch it if I don't watch it at least once a year, once every other year. It's
Okay.
like in my top five, let's put it that way, of movies that are,
Dang.
yeah.
Good to
Yeah.
know. 30 Days of Night is one of
I
Kat's
like
favorite.
it. So Travis, he watched, he's like, I didn't really like it or whatever. And I was like, you're not hurting my feelings. I still love it.
Yeah. Okay, well here's the deal. I'll watch 30 Days of Night if you watch In the Mouth of Madness by John Carpenter.
I've already seen that.
Oh, you have? Okay, good. Okay. Well then now I just have to watch 30 Days of Night. You've lost nothing. You've gained all and
That's
lost
one of
nothing.
Kelsey's favorite movies is In the
Yeah,
Mouth of
mine
Madness.
too. Top tier. Love practical
And
effects.
doesn't it have some kind of a connection to like Prince of Darkness and The Thing or something?
Not
Because it's John
as
Carpenter, right?
it is John Carpenter, but the movies aren't tied together.
I
But
thought there was something
I don't know.
where I may have to look it up, or maybe it's I don't know. I don't know why I'm thinking that. I thought there was like two, three movies that are somehow kind of connected in a realm, like
Oh,
universe. Okay.
well, if
Well,
they
while
if they
you're,
are
while
connected,
I'm
you'll
gonna
teach
look this
me.
up
Yeah, I was
because
like, if
maybe,
they are connected, you'll teach me something new because I
well,
don't
I
know
mean, I
that
could be making this up. Maybe I had a dream about it. I don't know.
they're hallucinating. And Anne said, if I hadn't gone home, I probably would have died. You absolutely would have.
Yes.
My gosh.
Yeah, she
Bruce
would. I
says,
mean,
good night, Nicole. And Andrew, hi, Andrew. Good to see you. He says, hello, everyone. Hope you guys are doing well. I just got accepted into the Owl Crate Fantasy subscription, and my first book is on the way. I'm so excited. Congratulations. Kat was actually just talking about her Owl Crates earlier. So well done. And Alicia says, my daughter is 6, and wow, she is impressive with that game. She probably started when she was like a year and a half or 2 years old. So she's like, I've been doing this for most of my life. And Andrew says, I also just got the Bloodsworn series with sprayed edges that just came out by John Gwaine. Very cool. Alicia says, those look so cool, Andrew. And Zach says, if it makes you feel better, by Giant Pretzel was too giant and I was sick of it about halfway through and I finished it just so I didn't have to throw it out. Wouldn't you just reheat it? Do pretzels reheat? I thought they might because it's
uh,
with bread.
I would think so. I think depending on how you reheat it, might depend on if it's like super chewy or not.
Hmm. I like a good chewy pretzel. I'm also very particular about how much salt is on it because while I can eat salt on a pretzel, I don't like a lot of it. I want like just like a smattering of salt. So,
Okay. So I found that it is like it's the final chapter. It's the third and final chapter in John Carpenter's Apocalypse trilogy.
okay. That makes
So
sense because
they're not connected by plot, but
okay.
they share a common theme.
Okay.
So the thing deals with the end of identity, according to this. Prince of Darkness focuses on the end of God, and the Mouth of Madness explores chaotic end of reality itself.
Oh, and I've never seen the other two. The only John Carpenter film that I know of that I've seen is In the Mouth of Madness, which I know is a shame. Like I
You
don't
haven't seen Halloween?
I haven't seen Halloween. I haven't seen the thing. Yeah, I know. I know. I know.
Alex, the
I
thing
know.
is also a wonderful
I
horror, winter
we
horror.
want to watch the thing. Keaton and I both want to watch it, so that'll be the next one that we see from John Carpenter. Because that's also
Yes.
like very so highly regarded. Like a lot of people consider that one to be like the best John Carpenter film. So,
And also, Prince of Darkness has Alice Cooper in it.
oh, okay, Alice Cooper.
Yes.
So you know it's weird.
Oh, I think John Carpenter must have been friends with Donald Pleasance. I know that's not how you say it. Always had flair to his name.
Yeah, it's
But
Donald
he is,
Pleasance.
yeah, I always say
Okay.
Pleasance.
Uh-huh.
You remind me of Mitch in Modern Family when he's going to France and he's going to order a food and he's like, ha 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 ha. Yes, Alice Cooper's in it, but Donald Pleasance is in Halloween.
Okay.
He plays the psychiatrist, Michael Myers' psychiatrist.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
He is not in the thing, though.
Hmm. I would be willing to watch Halloween 1 and 2. I do not want to watch any of the others.
We watched Halloween on Halloween. Like I like to sometimes watch that on Halloween night. So let me see. I think he is in, so he's in Prince of Darkness. Let me see if he's in Mouth of Madness. I don't remember him being in the Mouth of Madness. You know, some directors and actors are really good friends. So a lot of times you see him in there.
And Jamie said they go to Barrow, Alaska in winter when it's dark 24/7 to feed.
That's why it's 30 Days of Night.
Oh God. Okay. Jamie says I loved the movie
I
too,
know.
Cat.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's like one of those kind of movies that you're just like, you got the cold, you got the dark, you got the isolation,
Mhm.
and then you got the threat. I think that's why I like that book, The Shuttering. I know that's not one of Zach's favorite books, but I did like that because of the circumstances.
Mm.
It's very atmospheric to me. Cold and dark. Oh, it's also like the Boys in the Valley book.
Okay, nice. Yeah, very atmospheric. Because we had a really good time with that one. I wanted
Yeah,
to
but I
watch
mean,
Boys in the
it's
Valley.
snowing, it's cold, it's dark. You've got the threat that comes in. They're isolated.
Mhm.
That was
Got
another one that was bleak, and for a moment there, you felt like there was no hope.
Yeah, I wanted to know, like, when we were reading that, I was very gripped by how it was gonna end. So I had a really good time with that. And
Yeah.
Danny Houston, I'm not familiar.
That's Angelica Houston's brother.
Oh,
The
really? And I
actress,
love
yes.
Angelica Houston.
Well,
She's
Danny
great.
Houston, I believe he was in wasn't he in one of the Wolverine movies where Wolverine gets his metal fingers,
Like
not fingers, claws,
like when he
daggers.
gets the adamantium put into his body?
Yes, and where Ryan Reynolds, we see Ryan Reynolds and his mouth is like sewn up or
Uh-huh.
whatever.
Yeah,
Do you remember that?
I do. I have seen that. Yes.
I'm pretty sure Danny Houston was in that.
Okay. Yeah, I can't I pulled up his picture. I can't immediately recognize his face, but I'm sure I've seen him in things.
Yeah, he's been in several different things.
This picture looks kind of familiar. This one.
Angelica Houston is his half sister.
Okay. Very cool.
But his father is John Houston, so they share a dad. But
Okay.
he's been in a lot of different things. But he's also been in American Horror Story, a couple of those.
Oh yeah.
And it's so crazy because like when you see him in other stuff and then you see him in 30 Days a Night, you're just
Mhm.
like, man, like it's just awesome when you see an actor that you don't see them in their normal, like something just totally
Yeah.
different.
They come into their own in a different role. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Alicia says, "In the Mouth of Madness really is top tier. I need the new book." No, Alicia, that's how the world ends. Don't read the book. And Jamie says, "Kat, you should check your library for 30 Days of Night graphic novel bind-ups."
Yeah.
Cool. You said yes to In the Mouth of Madness. And yeah, no, I haven't seen Halloween. I know that's what everybody's going, what? Alicia says, "Oh my God, Alex, The Thing is one of the best movies of all time ever." Yeah,
Yeah.
we will watch that. Honestly,
It
that might
is
be
one
our first
and
movie
like
night.
you really Kurt
Yeah.
Russell's in it. There's a really
Yes.
good
I like
cast
Kurt
in it.
Russell.
And I want to say one of the guys who plays he's one of the guys there at the base or whatever. I think he plays an adult, one of the adults in It, the TV miniseries with
Oh,
Tim Curry. Yes, if
oh,
I'm not
okay.
mistaken.
Cool.
Like you'll recognize quite a few people, like
Very
actors, older
okay.
actors in it. But oh yeah, there are scenes in there. Now lots of practical effects, which is amazing.
Hmm.
Now, isn't In the Mouth of Madness, isn't that H.P. Lovecraft?
It's based on like the Lovecraftian horror, but it's not a Lovecraft
Okay.
story. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And Zach says, "I wouldn't have wanted the pretzel later anyways if I tried to keep it. That would have just delayed throwing it away a week." Well, good for you for powering through all that gluten. And Teresa says, "I'm going to run to Walmart, so if I don't make it back, have a wonderful Thanksgiving a week, everyone." You as well. Thank you so much. Jamie said, "Way to fancify that name, Kat."
I know people make fun of me all the time. I have a friend that he's like, really? I'm like, yes, it's Donald Pleasance.
Plaisance. Zach says, "You can read the book The Thing is based on. It's called Who Goes There by John W. Campbell."
Ah.
Okay, cool. Jamie says, "And the Winter People." Yeah, the Winter
Oh, the
People was
Winter People
also
was
really
very
good.
atmospheric
Yeah,
too.
had a really good time with that one. I really
Yeah.
need to read No Exit now that you sent that to me, Kat, because I hear people talk about that all the time.
Oh,
We
Alex,
might read that in January when I'm like most sad and I'm like most cold. Read
it
No
is
Exit.
so intense to me. I mean,
Okay,
you might not like it as much as I did, but that was a book like that I
I'll try it.
devoured because it's so like intense.
I
Just
need something
and
like
it's
that.
one of those things that
Yeah.
you have even no matter how much you pay attention, you're still going to be slapped in the face.
I love that. Okay, good. I love that because I'm like always trying to guess stuff before the end, and I love books that I can't guess it.
And if you do like No Exit, I would definitely recommend The Last Word, which is another book that he has, which I thought
Okay,
was really good. It's very good. I think I gave it 5 stars too, but if I had to say which one out of the two is my favorite, I would say No Exit.
okay,
Just because there's a lot, it's the atmosphere of it. Um Although The Last Word has good atmosphere to it also, and it's the way things play out is a vulnerability kind of thing.
All right. I see where you're
I
going.
want to read his other book. I think it's called Hairpin Bridge or something like that. I think that was his first book. I need to read that one. And then I think I've read everything by Taylor Adams. I think he only has 3 books out, but yeah, like No Exit. I love that book.
Okay, you're not the only one who said that it's a ride. I've heard other booktubers talk about it, so that's awesome. Yeah, that might have to be my it's a desperate month of January book, and I already feel bad, so let's just hold on for dear life. Like and Jamie said, I'm like you, Kat. I love the dark, cold, isolated settings. You
I
said
do.
Danny Houston also looks very different in almost everything.
I
Maybe that's why I
agree.
don't
I
recognize
agree.
him because he doesn't have that face where I'm like, oh yeah, I know him. I couldn't
Oh,
place.
I don't know. There's just scenes in it that you're in him. I kind of feel to myself, what would I do if I was like in that situation? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like sometimes I think people think movies and stuff are cheesy or like whatever the case may be, but I think if like to me, if you were in that position, like how would you handle that when you're in an isolated kind of situation like that? Like I almost feel like it would be better to die. I mean,
Better
you
to
know what I'm
die.
saying? I'm
Yeah,
just no, I'm
yeah.
just saying like get it over with. Just kill me now because I don't know if I could handle like what's gonna, especially if you see what's happening to the people like around you.
Good to know that that's what I'm walking into if I decide to bear witness to this story.
I mean, I think I have the wherewithal to want to survive. It would be the fight or flight thing,
Yeah,
but there are points when you're just like, I'll just lay here.
that's so funny. No, I have a friend who like she would literally tell you that if a zombie outbreak ever happened, she already has a game plan that she's going to go over to my friend's house, my other friend's house, and that other friend is going to shoot her because she can't live through the zombie apocalypse. She's like, I can't do it. I don't want to do it. We're
Well, the
not.
zombie apocalypse, I will definitely be fine in that because
Yeah, you've read
as
all the
long as the
guides.
zombies are true
Yeah.
zombies where they're just
Mhm,
shuffling,
mhm.
I would have to have gotten myself like to where I fell asleep in the middle of a field or something
Yeah.
with no protection. I mean,
Yep. That's so funny. Yeah, if anybody needs to know how to survive a zombie, it's Cat. Or Cat will help you. She'll tell
I'm
you
ready.
the
I'm
ways.
ready for a zombie apocalypse.
And Aunt says, I figured out Hallmark movies. A couple falls in love, breaks up in the last 45 minutes, and gets back together in the last 15. Yeah.
And it takes them forever to kiss. That's what my dad says.
And
They don't
hi,
kiss into
Andy.
the end. Andy, woot!
And Alicia says, plus there's Wilford Brimley. Rob goes diabetes. Yeah, I can hear him distinctly how he says diabetes. And and Zach says, I don't hate the shuddering, but it's a little annoying because the characters did everything wrong. Everyone would have been fine if they weren't idiots. Isn't that the majority of most horror plots? It's like, don't go in the basement, don't go into this strange house. If weird crap's going on, leave. Don't buy the haunted place and stay. Like, just, you
But you
know,
see, the thing about it is, yes, they're annoying because they do the wrong thing. But I think that's almost reality because I know people in my life, like if you were
Mhm.
trying to tell them that a zombie apocalypse was happening, or if they
Yeah.
saw somebody like eating somebody else, they would be like, let me run in front of it instead of like running away. Like I could pick people that I'm like, you know what? It's going to be good that you are here because I'm going to be able to escape just because you're going to be the collateral damage. Just saying.
I will trip you so that I don't get eaten. Is that
I just could see it. Like people who get all flustered and freaked out about like just everyday things. I'm like,
yeah.
if you're going to get freaked out over that, what are you going to do if something really major happens?
Yeah. Well, they haven't been desensitized yet. They have to be desensitized. And Rob says, "Cat, All the Mountains of Madness" is H.P. Lovecraft title. Oh, so you
Okay.
do the nice. Thanks, Rob. That's helpful.
Yeah, I
And
thought
she
it was
says,
something related to it.
Angela says, "I'm reading No Exit Next." Nice.
I hope you like it, Angela.
Yeah, you'll be getting to that before me, Angela. So I look forward to hearing your overall opinion of it. And Andrew says, "Do you guys have a list yet of any ideas of what books you're going to do for book club next year? My favorite was Devolution. Kat, would you like to
Oh.
take that one?"
Well, we're getting ready to put out an announcement video.
Yes.
So
So,
if you can hang on,
mhm.
what day we say that we're supposed to be releasing it on December the 7th. That's
Yes.
what we have as our date.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yes, we have 6 books picked out,
Mhm.
and we're
Of a
excited about
wide
our 6
variety of
books.
genres. So anybody
Mhm.
who's wondering, like, there is going to be a little bit of everything. There's not just one. And we really don't know how, like, just with this year, it's like we don't know how it's going to go. Could be great. It could be us going. I feel like we've had pretty good luck though so
I
far.
think so too. I mean, I've enjoyed the books that I've read, some
Mhm.
more than others,
Mhm.
and some I'm glad I read because I don't know if I necessarily would have picked them up on my own.
Yeah, well, and for your books, Kat, the ones that are from your list, because we always do half from books I own and half from a books Kat owns. Of the ones that Kat owns, I don't think I'd heard of any of them.
Oh,
So
wow.
it's neat because it's like, oh, these are going to be things I weren't even on my radar. So I
Yeah, there was only one of yours that I had not heard of. The other 2 I did. So, and I'm very excited about one that was on her list. Well,
yeah,
2 of them because there are 2 that have been on my radar, but this one in particular I'm very excited about.
I think I know which
Very.
one it is, and it's one I've been chomping at the bit to read too. So yeah, I'm looking
Yeah.
forward to it. That's
So
that.
if you can hang on, Andrew, we are going to be
Yeah.
putting those announcement videos out.
Yes, there will be Bookworm Club 2026, y'all. It's
Yes.
happening again. So
Yes.
Angela says, "Have you read One Yellow Eye, Cat?" So
No, I have not.
just giving you
I'll have to
something
write
else to
that
put on
down.
your
One
list
yellow eye.
for her
Mm.
zombie-thon next year. If you end up doing zombie-thon again, might give you another book to pick. And I'm just going to say, based off of time, and because I usually do 5 hours, that'll give us. Yeah, I usually get. I love it, Kat.
It's my fault.
No, I love that you have been here. I've been having so much fun, so thank you. We'll probably end up just doing one more sprint. That way, like, we can end at a reasonable time. So that means that I'm going to give you all. Oh, do you want to, Kat? I'll let you pick. Do you want to do something interesting you've learned over the last week, or what's one thing you've accomplished? Which would you prefer is the question.
Maybe what you learned this week.
Okay, so everybody's going to do a fun fact that you learned, and I guess because I didn't have them last week because I was laid up, it'll be over the last 2 weeks. If you can think of a fun fact or something interesting, it doesn't have to be interesting to anybody but you. But I really always like learning new stuff from you all and what you find out. I think it's really great, and that will make up our last sprint. And Kat, you're good with 45 minutes.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Everybody, round of applause to Kat for being such a trooper, hanging out with me a whole night. It's awesome.
I'm having so much fun.
Yeah, we've never been on camera this long together, although it goes to show you, well, Kat and I could literally sit here and talk nonstop for probably 5 hours. It would be like, no sprints needed. We'll just talk. We have a good time. Angela says, Lee Radford is the author. I've heard a lot of great reviews on it lately. Okay.
I wrote it down. Thank you, Angela. I appreciate that.
And Angel says, yay. Also, was there a mention of a book club sweater at one time? Oh,
yeah, we talked about
we had jokingly talked about like doing merch, but we haven't actually designed anything. Like, we don't have any formal plans. Although
that's true. That would have been the best time to launch our merch would have been in our announcement video.
Yeah, I mean, well, the fact that we're going on a 3rd year, Kat, I mean, maybe we could look at it if you wanted to. Might be able
Yeah,
to.
we could always have merch.
Yeah, that'd be funny. Jamie giving a little cheers to Kat. And Angela said, "It's so laid back." It is. We are very laid back. It's a great time.
Ah,
Oh, it's awesome. Well, I'm hoping my goal for the evening is that I get through reshuffle, that one section,
mm,
which is going to be very easy because I'm only like 5 pages away, and I want to learn who the pusher is. That's the thing I want to know is who the last person is, and kind of like maybe get a sense of their what their deal is.
right.
I think that's going to be interesting. So.
Yeah, so according to the schedule I made, we have us ending on the 30th.
Okay, I think I can finish that. If you feel like you'd like more time, I'm fine with that too.
Oh no, I think I'll be finished because I got to start reading
Man called it.
the Uva.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, because since it's because of Christmas, that one is an early, like moved up an earlier week, right? So
Yeah.
that one's only
Mhm.
3 weeks. Yeah, because
But I
it's.
don't think it doesn't seem like it's very long.
I can tell you how many pages it
I
is.
think my Uva book is in the other room.
Assuming you have a paperback copy.
I do.
Oh my God, are there no? Oh, I was like, are there no page numbers? I opened it up to the back and there weren't, but there they are. Okay, 1 second. It's 337 pages.
Yeah,
So
I think it's going to be a fast read.
I think if no other book this year makes me bawl, I think it's going to be this one.
Angela said
Yeah,
it's gut wrenching.
yeah.
So
I'm ready. I'm ready
okay,
to
well,
have my
I'm
heart
hoping
stepped
I
on.
can get to chapter 5, Showdown and Shootout. That's what I'm hoping I can get to.
Nice, a good goal. I think
Yeah.
you'll have fun with that one. It really picks up, in my opinion, for them in that section. I don't want to say that like the beginning of The Prisoner was necessarily slow because I feel like it all moves pretty quick, but it really gets, I feel
Right.
like, more interesting. Because it took me a little bit to really kind of settle into this book. It was not immediate. I was not,
I was the same way.
yeah. Yeah. So hopefully you have fun with that. And I'm going to figure out who this other, I think it's going to be a man. I think it's going to be 2 men and a woman, but I don't know yet. So we're gonna see. But I'm
And
gonna
my thing with the pusher is it's not the pusher that pushed Jake, huh?
no, no. I don't think so. I think it's referring to like,
Because we figured out who pushed Jake. So is it a pusher like a drug pusher?
yeah, I think that's what it is. I think because the prisoner, his whole thing is that he's a
His
drug addict.
addiction.
Yeah, and I think the pusher is going to be somebody who deals drugs as like a tempting. You'll know what I mean by that later, but as like a tempting thing.
Okay.
So, yeah. So, all right, everybody. Well, last 45 minutes, last sprint of the evening. Let us know what something you learned over the last 2 weeks was that was interesting. And oh, and really quick, Angela said for Uva, I loved it. You're going to love it. What a character. You will sob. I can't wait. I love books that make me cry. They're my favorite. All right, everybody. I'll see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. I did it again. There we go. All right, Kat, how did you do in your sprint?
I did okay. I didn't make it to 119 like I thought, but I made it to 106. No, 107. So it's like, you know how they have parts, it's like 9.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not that far from chapter 5. I can finish that. I mean, I'll read some of this before I go to sleep.
Yeah.
So
I'm almost exactly 100 pages from the end. And I'm learning who the pusher is. And I'm going to tell you right now, I think this is going to be my favorite section of the book is the pusher.
oh wow.
So very,
Well,
very interested.
I'm very nervous for Eddie Dean right now.
Yeah.
Very nervous.
Oh. Well, did you have anything over the last couple weeks that you learned that was interesting? Mine, as simple as it is very, very, very simple. I learned that they make advent calendars for dogs, and I bought one for Barker.
That's amazing. I didn't
Yeah.
know that.
And it was only $18 and they
that's
come with like
awesome.
full-size chews. So anybody who is like thinking about like a fun holiday thing for your animal, see if they have an advent calendar for something that you want. So I bought him one and I'm waiting for it to get here.
Oh, that's cool. That
Yeah.
is really cool. I have been reading about cryptids because November is the cryptid readathon.
Cool.
So I read a book about Bigfoot, and then I read one about the Loch Ness Monster. And I did not realize that a Kelpie is kind of like a horse. I didn't realize that because this author was going through like different types of folklore
Mhm.
in Scotland, you know, and Nessie being one of them.
Mhm.
And they are like, the way the lady described it, the author, is that it's a horror movie's version of My Little Pony.
A horror movie's version of My Little
Yes, because basically
Okay.
children get on their backs, but then they kind of melt into them and become one with them, and then they drag them into the
Oh.
bottom to drown them,
Oh.
and then they eat them.
Oh. That's actually I've never heard of that, but that's pretty
Yes.
freaky.
Yeah.
I love
So
how much
anyway,
folklore is just like stuff to scare kids to like teach them a lesson about something, you know, like
yeah, well, I don't know why I thought Kelpies were. I knew that they had something to do with water, but I guess I kind of thought they were like a form of a mermaid or something. So
Yeah,
anyway, I thought that was pretty
yeah,
interesting.
I would have
Um,
assumed the same thing.
and I do find it fascinating how cryptids, you know, how we have, because another picture book that I read, that there are 400 classified cryptids in the world.
400?
Right.
Oh.
But we are only, you know Bigfoot, Loch Ness Monster, Mothman, you
Yeah.
know, or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's just interesting to me too, like all the research of people to try to disprove it.
Mhm.
You know, and this lady makes a good point that at one time, you know, like the platypus, you know, was proved into existence, and like the Komodo dragon was proved into existence, and the okapi. It's sort of like those were all animals that were like considered, you know, myths, but
Mhm.
then they could prove them. So it almost seems like, well, maybe the Loch Ness Monster and Bigfoot could be real.
Well, we know the Loch Ness Monster is based off of an actual like sea dinosaur, right? What do
Well,
they call
that's what they say, but there's no fossils or the whole thing about being a cryptid is that there is no concrete proof that they exist.
Sure. Yeah.
And so that's why it's pseudoscience or whatever. So if they can have some kind of scientific proof, then they have a chance.
Are mermaids considered cryptids?
Um,
Because I know there's lore about, you know, manatees were the original inspiration for the mermaid, you know, and like unicorns, like the horn came from, I think it was the Narwhal, you know, stuff like that. So I just didn't know if they counted as a
yeah,
cryptid or not.
because it's kind of weird. it says that mermaids are generally considered mythical creatures, but some people classify them as cryptids.
Yeah, because I know some people like really hunt for them. Like I think they like believe that they're out there.
I mean, a cryptid is a creature that is believed to exist based on local legends, eyewitness accounts,
Mhm.
or folklore, but for which there is no scientific proof.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Like the Jersey Devil. Like the Jersey
right,
Devil is super interesting.
that,
Yeah.
yeah, that would be
Mothman's
a
probably one of the
cryptid,
funnest
right?
ones. Yeah.
And then I
Okay.
also learned about a goat man. I had never heard of that ever until I read this picture book. And I'm like, this picture book was wonderful because it was all these little poems and they were like within the illustrations. It was really a kind of cool and it highlighted, I don't know, maybe 16 of the 400 cryptids or whatever. And some of them I had heard of, but
Hmm.
most of them I had not. And it's like all over the world.
I think
Anyway,
that's cool.
I find it fascinating.
That is really interesting. I do like the history of like cryptids and the like how Mothman is supposedly kind of like saves people from danger. It like he only shows up when something really bad's about to happen,
Right.
like fun. I think that's fun. A friend of mine actually went to go see the Mothman statue this year and
Oh,
like took
really?
pictures. Yeah, and what was really funny is people shoved dollar bills in the butt cheeks. Because I don't know if you know this, but the Mothman statue actually has cheeks, and people put like dollars and stuff in it, and
That is
it's just
hilarious.
it's really good.
Have you ever seen Mothman Prophecy with Richard Gere?
No.
The movie? It's
Uh-uh.
really good. I
Okay.
think it's really good. Laura Linney's in it too. I'm a fan of Laura Linney as well.
Okay. Yeah, Richard Greer, that's a pretty big name.
Richard Gere
Or Gere.
and Laura Linney are in it, and what brings him to the town and stuff like that, where it's happened, all this weird stuff that happens with it.
That's fun. I like it. And Zach says, something I learned this week and accomplished is I memorized all the words to the song Dernier Dance by Indila in French. Oh, good for you. That's impressive. And Rob says, Cleopatra's reign was closer to the time of mobile phones than the building of the pyramids. I have heard that, and it always gets me because, like, to think about Cleopatra, like, the pyramids were already ancient in her time it's crazy, but it's true. It's awesome. Did you know that, Kat?
I did not.
Yeah.
I thought she was she was back during the pyramid time.
No, no, she had I think it was a love affair with Julius Caesar. Was it Caesar?
Oh,
Um,
wow.
yeah, because she also wasn't Egyptian. She was Greek. That was the other thing too. Is a lot of people think that she was Egyptian, but she
I didn't realize that
yeah,
either.
no,
Didn't she have an affair with Mark Antony? Or am I,
my mate. I don't know. Hang on.
maybe I made that up too. I don't
I'm
know.
gonna ask
Like, so
Google. Cleopatra and Mark Antony.
is that right?
Mark Antony and Cleopatra, the relations or affections of Mark Antony. Hang on. Hang on. That was not helpful, Google. Oh, despite this marriage, Antony carried on a love affair with Cleopatra, who bore him 3 children. So yes,
Mm,
good for you, Kat.
okay.
Their
Sometimes like I
legendary
have
love
these facts in my
story.
brain, but I'm like, did I make that up?
Unless
Did I
I'm
want it
making
to
it
be
up
true?
about Caesar. Hang on. Let me make sure I'm
Wasn't Mark Antony around the time of Caesar?
yeah, so Caesar declared Cleopatra and her brother Ptolemy the uh hang on, I'm doing math, 14th joint rulers and maintained a private affair with Cleopatra which produced a son, Caesarion. So yeah,
So
so we both
Cleopatra
were
had
right. We both were right. Yay! I love it when we both could be right. That's great. And Zach says,
Thanks, Robert, for letting
yeah,
us be right.
yeah. And Zach says, bonus fun fact: the word juggernaut comes from Hindi word jaganate. Jagannath, which means Lord of the World and is a word for Krishna. The X-Men reference earlier made me think of that. I didn't know that.
Cool. I didn't know that either.
Very cool. So the chapter of your book also makes me think of the song Pusher Man by Curtis Mayfield. It's from the movie Superfly from 1972. Very cool. And I will tell you, Kat, the way that that chapter starts up, like the intro to it, I was like it was really, I literally was sitting here just, I couldn't even. And Jamie said, I recently got back into cross stitching after many, many years, and it has been interesting to learn the new terminology and techniques like frogging and parking. Cool. I think cross stitch is one of those hobbies that it's so beautiful and I have such an appreciation for it, but right now I don't have the patience for it. Like it takes so much time and it's so detailed and I love it. So good for you for doing that. And Rob says, "Oh, speaking of spending money on books, the signed page just emailed me and they sent out my signed copy of Brigands and Bread Knives by Travis Baldree."
Very nice.
Yes. Cool. And Chris says, "I can't remember the last time I read a Stephen King novel. I think it was when I read Carrie in preparation of rewatching the film." I have not read Carrie.
I
I've
like
seen the movie.
Carrie.
Yeah, seen the movie. I haven't read it.
Carrie's also written in a different type of format. It's almost like epistolary.
Oh,
in a sense, like
okay.
there's because you have newspaper articles and interviews and different things within the story.
I
And
love
I had
that.
forgotten about that when I reread Carrie at the beginning of the year. I reread it in January for Winterween, and because you had to read a book before 1970 or something like that.
Mixed
Or
media
like
books are my
like
favorite.
in the 1970s or something like that. But anyway,
That's cool.
yeah, I did like that. And
Yeah,
I forgot that it was written like that.
any mixed media, I'm automatically like ready to give it a try. There's only one mixed media book I could think of off the top of my head that I hated, and that was House of Leaves. Everything else has been a success. And Jamie says, "Yay, I made it home with my grocery order just in time for the chatty bit." Boop, boop. Welcome back.
We're glad for the people that like our chatty bit.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for liking the chat. And Andrew said Owl Crate did an advent calendar too.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Wasn't going to get it, but a lack of inhibition after a few drinks made me get it. Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah, I've gotten the advent calendar twice when they've offered it. I thought about it this year, but then I'm like, I went with the T. Kingfisher pretty books. So I didn't get it this time.
What was included in the advent calendars last time? Was it like
just different things? Like I got a cute little book sleeve that's like a sweater with a little button. I got a blanket with like a Narnia scene on it. What else did I get? I don't know. I can't remember everything, but and another time I got tea, like some tea.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, they it's all kinds of different little items, and they're somehow related to some story or whatever.
I like that.
I can't remember. I'd have to go pull them out or whatever.
I had never bought myself an advent calendar until this year. So at the same time that I got Barker his, I found you mentioned tea. It's a tea advent calendar.
Yes.
And I'm super excited because it's got 24 different herbal teas and I got it on sale. It's very important to say I got it on sale. So I'm looking forward to trying it.
My friend Catherine Huggett, she got one that had cheese, and then she got one that had chocolate. And so each day was one of those. And then Janet Pages and Chaos did some advent calendars last year that had one was, I think, cat related, if I'm not mistaken. And she did a bunch of shorts on them when she would open them up. So it was really neat to see this different things. And the other one was bookish. I think she got the bookish one. I think she might have gotten both of them through Etsy. but it was neat. Just the different things. Some she would have an ornament in one, you
Oh,
know,
fun.
just
That's
it
nice.
was just different little things that she got that I thought were cute.
I like it. Yeah, I guess the important thing is just that, like, you feel that it's worth whatever value you pay because some advent calendars are inexpensive and you can get one for 20 bucks and some of them are like hundreds of dollars. So,
Right.
just as long as you feel like it's worthwhile.
Hmm.
There was one, I was a couple years ago now. I think it was Disney. It was probably was Disney released an advent calendar that was like outrageously expensive. And
Mm.
I personally, because I watched somebody open it, I personally didn't think that the items that were included in there were the worth the retail value of
Hmm.
the box. So I don't know. It's interesting. But Jamie said it picked up order from Target, Michaels, and the grocery store. Also made it to page 73 and Bury Our Bones. Well, you've been busy. You've been really.
Hmm.
And Zach says, I do like the movie, but the Mothman prophecy book is one of the worst things I've ever read. That's so funny. And Angela says, makes me think of The Pusher by Stephen Wolf.
Steppenwolf, yeah.
I already listened to it.
I wonder if Stephen King was inspired by that. Would be curious to see when Pusher by Steppenwolf came out in relation to his book because he's very music oriented. So I'm just
Yeah,
wondering if maybe.
I'm not sure. I've never even heard of Steppenwolf. That's why I mispronounced it. So I think that's cool. And Zach says the song Pusher Man also goes with Deacon King Kong very well. And Chris says Stephen King feels like an entirely different type of King novel. If I were still in uni, it would have made a good book to compare with one of King's other novels. I think you were saying I think you meant to put the title of a book and
It feels
it
right.
feels like an entirely different type of King novel. So whatever that title was, let us know what that was. Jamie says, speaking of Carrie, I recently read, he might have been saying Carrie because he brought up Carrie.
Oh yeah.
So Carrie feels like an entirely different type of King novel. I got you. I
Mhm.
think I got you. Jamie says, speaking of Carrie, I recently read the YA retelling The Weight of Blood. I really enjoyed it.
I've heard of that as being like a retelling.
Okay. And Chris says, I learned Lagniappe.
Lanyap.
Lagniappe, thank you, is the word du jour with NetGalley arcs. It's now been in 4 of them within the last 2 weeks. It's a word my one English professor used to love using in her syllabus.
Yeah, lanyap just means it's extra.
Lagniappe. Okay.
Here, like if somebody's giving you lanyap in, Louisiana or whatever, they're giving you a little something extra.
Oh, I feel so cultured now.
Well, it's just a word that's, I guess
I
a
love it.
regional word here. I don't know.
I love that. Nobody uses that in my life. No, nobody. And so that's great. And what a great word. Really rolls off the tongue. And Angel says, I also egged him on to get that advent calendar. you and Andrew. That's why you go so well together. And Chris says, I'm so glad Alex and Kat decided to do the stream until 4 a.m. Not really, but one could hope. You know what? We've had a great time. We really have. So thank you all for joining us. And Angela says the Steppenwolf album with the Pusher on it was the first album I ever bought. I was 12. That is
so cool.
sweet. So
I
sweet.
love it. Love it.
And Chris says, I can't imagine a Disney advent calendar. The Disney fans would probably be as vicious as those people who were stomping on and attacking people to get the Starbucks bear cups.
That's craziness.
Was that a thing? I mean, the last stampede for cups that I knew about was when like the Stanley craze.
Yeah, I
going
heard
on.
about that.
And I haven't followed any of that. So something about a bear cup that just makes me sad.
Pusher is 1968.
Okay.
And
Chris says some Disney fans, not all. Oh yeah, 100%. There's always bad apples.
It's like Black Friday stuff. Like I just would not like to like deal with that.
No, I used to go out on Black Friday. I don't.
If actually y'all, if you watch the movie Friday, it's a zombie movie. You probably would not ever want to do a Black Friday shopping
I
ever.
was gonna say, are they in a mall? They're probably in a mall.
It's like a retail like store, like where it's craziness.
Oh, that's fun. And Jamie says, I'm just going to say it's way too people-y out there right now. The holiday season has definitely started. Yeah, they've begun really early. And I know people say they've been saying for the last like 10, 15 years, like Christmas is getting earlier every year. It's like, yeah, it's really not a joke anymore because when it's not even Halloween yet and there's already Christmas trees in the store, I'm like, what are we doing?
I mean, I love Halloween, but I even feel like they're starting Halloween early.
Halloween
And
starts.
my thing is by the time Halloween gets here, you're like, okay, like it's not the same. You know what I'm saying? And it's the same with Christmas. It's like
Yep.
you're sick of it by the time,
Yes.
Christmas comes around, you're just like, okay, enough already. So
Yeah.
it's like just stick to your season.
Yeah, I definitely think with Halloween, I think the reason that became so prominent because Christmas had already been starting earlier, I felt like, and then Summerween became a big thing. And then because Summerween happens in July, well then people really only have maybe a slight break in August before everything ramps up again in September.
Yes.
And so you're really getting kind of like warm weather Halloween and then Halloween's here. And I love Halloween, It's like that's my favorite.
Yeah, I do too.
But I can understand that the fatigue as well.
Mhm.
And that's the weird part is like the late part of the year we've got all these holidays, it's like you got the lead up to Halloween and then you've got the immediate dive into preparing for Thanksgiving and then you've got Christmas. And I feel like every single time I get past New Year's, I'm like I've got nothing to wait for until spring. So I'm like, I wish there was almost something in there where I could like have something to look forward to where it's not just cold and wet. So I don't know.
I don't know. I'm worn out by the end of the year that I really need the beginning of the year to be kind of like
Calm and yeah, I get that. That makes a lot of sense. And Andrew says, thanks for sprints. Hope everyone has a good Thanksgiving and good night, everyone. Yes. And to those of you who are outside of the US, I hope you just have a great week. So,
yes.
And Robert says, sprints. That was fun. Thanks, guys. Chocolate Swan Fountain. Chocolate Swan Fountain. And Chris says, at my local Starbucks, the police had to be called because a customer was throwing things at the barista to get the bear cup. I was told she was a mother with a child. It's insanity.
That is insane.
Ugh.
I agree.
Ugh. Okay, everybody, strive to not be that person. Okay,
Yes,
strive
please
to
do
not be a disruptive asshole. That's the bare minimum that we can accomplish in our society is to just be a courteous person. Okay.
Yes.
And Chris says,
No rude people.
no rude people. Chris says, everyone have a fantastic week. You as well. Thank you. Jamie says, thanks for all the chatting. This was so much fun. I agree. Kat, thank you so much for reaching out to me and being like, hey, can I just like come on? I'm so glad you stayed the whole time. It was a
This
blast.
was fun.
Yeah, you are welcome literally anytime. I hope you know that. So yeah.
As you are always welcome on my live streams too.
Thank you so much. And Angela says, fun sprints, ladies. Let's do it again soon. Well, we just might. You never know. Might be on
Yeah.
Cat's channel. We never know.
That's true. You are off next week.
I am. No, I am planning on being here next week, assuming I don't have any other sort. Again, I always have to preface like, assuming nothing weird happens, I'm intending to be here. I didn't intend to have a pinched nerve, right? But yeah, so far it's looking good. Since I'm off work next week and I'm not going anywhere for Black Friday, I will be home. So I want to wish everybody a happy evening, and I shall hopefully see you all next week. And Andrew said, I really enjoy both of you guys. It's been fun. I like you taking
the talking part.
Oh, the talking
yes,
part.
thank you. We appreciate everyone that likes our talking parts.
Thank you. And Angel says, super fun. Thank you both. Felt like a party. Oh, you hear that, Cat? We're party people.
We're
Woo!
partying.
All right, everybody. We'll see you later. Take care.